Welcome to the August 13th, 2024 Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners meetings. Before we get started, I want to thank our deputies for being here up front versus the end of the meeting. I want to thank Deputy Jim Butterfield for being here and Deputy Mike Winnick. They are great public servants, and we are so grateful to have them here with us today. I'd ask you, please, yes, thank you. I would ask you all to please rise for the invocation that will be led by Pastor Clem Bell from Shiloh Missionary Baptist in Dunedin, and remain standing for Commissioner Flowers to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome.
Let's pray. To the Almighty God, the creator and maker of heaven and earth, and to your Son Jesus, the King of kings and Lord of lords, and to God the Holy Spirit, we thank you for this day and thank you for this beautiful day that you have allowed us to be here. We thank you for the county commissioners and all the workers that goes to make up this great county. We come to ask your blessings upon this meeting, the ones that represent us and for the residents of this county. We are blessed us to be knowledgeable people. We have given us experience, but as much as we know, there's not one of us that know everything. And we can learn from each other, but most of all, we can learn from you. So we ask now that you will give us the humbleness to accept the things that we cannot change. Give us the courage to change the things that can be changed, but give us the wisdom to know the difference. And we pray for this entire county. We thank you that we are here. Pray for you, all the residents and the ones that are here today to represent a different section of this county. Continue to bless us that we might be a blessing to others, and to you be the glory. Forgive us of our sins, and may that we speak, say what we mean, and mean what we say, but say it in a way that will be pleasing in your sight. Bless us now, and to you be the glory. It's in the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor, for coming. I'd like to ask Kevin King and Wendy Tift from the Utilities Department, and Ryan Ryzik and Natasha Deckerell from Public Works to come and join me at the podium, as they will be accepting the proclamation on behalf of all county employees. Yes, they are. So I have two. I'll give you one. Come on up here behind me. Water is our most valuable natural resource, and access to clean water is one of our most important human rights. Maintaining and improving water quality is essential to protect public health, quality of life, fisheries, wildlife, watersheds, and to ensure abundant opportunities for public recreation and economic development. Our beaches and waterways attract millions of tourists each year, and tourism is our county's largest industry. Tourism is the county's largest business sector and generates revenues through the tourist development tax, which is critical in funding beach renourishment and other economic drivers, providing good-paying jobs to our residents. It is a responsibility of government and all citizens to provide and protect clean water for future generations. August is National Water Quality Month in the United States, with efforts to encourage public awareness, involvement, and active participation in protection and restoration of our water resources. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that August 2024 be recognized as National Water Quality Month. Thank you, and thank you for being here. We appreciate all of the work that you do, and if either one of you have something you want to share. Thank you. Do any of you have something that you want to share or talk about?
I just want to say I appreciate the years I've had here at the county, educating and protecting our water quality. It's been real rewarding, great bunch of people to work with, and I felt we've done a lot of good in this county.
Hi. Just want to say thanks on behalf of the Division of Environmental Management for supporting us. It's very fulfilling to be able to do regulatory work, but also benefit our beautiful coastal communities and inland waterways. So thank you for recognizing us and supporting us.
Great, we're going to take a picture up front, and we'll have all the commissioners come up. Thank you. And thank you so much for all of you. It's tireless work, I know, but it's so important. Okay, you guys are going to be in the middle, so come on down this way. Pete, can you raise the screen? I think Pete didn't hear me. Hey, we're going to move on to citizens to be heard. So in this part of the agenda, people who want to be heard about something that is not on the agenda, please, when I call your name, come up, state your name and your address. If you would have 3 minutes to speak. If you are not from this county, you will only get 2 minutes. Otherwise, if you want to speak about a certain item on the agenda, then put in the name card for that very specific agenda. First, we have up David Ballard Geddes Jr.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. It says to capture the water supply in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11. It does not say to conserve the water. It does not say to respect the water. It does not say to not defecate in the water supply. It says to capture and to uniformly bankrupt it as a rule, as a way to so-called naturalize it in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4. Bankrupting it, capturing it, so-called naturalizing it, birthing water jurisdictions as a ship of war, as assailed in Article 1, Section 10, taking liberties, property, and life as so-called due process of it in the 14th Amendment. It says, in order to control man's will, you must first control man's subsistence in Federalist Paper number 79. In order to control man's will, you must first purposefully bankrupt and deliberately capture the water supply as a constitutional objective, as a way to naturally enslave mankind using water as a Second Amendment weapon of choice, as a power of the earth, as written in the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence clearly states to eat us out of our subsistence. It declares a long train of abuses and usurpations. It declares the absolute destruction of all ages and conditions. It declares to protect them from murders they intend on committing on the inhabitants of these states. The first sentence of Federalist Paper number 1 states, after having experienced an unequivocally inefficient form of subsisting government, it's time to deliberate a new constitution, which makes this constitution a bill of attainder. This is a letter of marque. This constitution is a form of reprisal based on intentional dissension and calculated disrespect and abuse of the water supply to date. I encourage all of us to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Pastor Mac Johnson. Yeah, he's here. Pastor Mac? Good afternoon.
I'd like to say good morning to the board, commission. Thanks again for this privilege to be able to share a word from my heart, I believe from the Lord, to all of our hearts. One thing about the word, it's the word of God is for all of us. And thank God that we recognize and are recognizing that better. But I wanted to just say a few words about the real hopes of life. The real hopes of life. I mean, it seems like many of us make that hope just about what's happening in the world, and that's not what God desires. That's not what he called us to. The real hope of life should be that each one of us, as we prepare life in the world, should be preparing to go to heaven, to be with God. So the real hope of life is heaven. In Psalms 116:15, it says, precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints. Precious. So it's a wonderful thing for us to die in the Lord. So death is the one experience to which each one of us will pass. And we may meet it with resentment. We may meet it with denial. We may meet it even without a moment's notice or thought, but it's going to happen to each one of us. Are you prepared to die today? Are you prepared for it? You ought to be prepared. That goes for each one of us. However, death is, for the believer in Christ, it's very distinctly, there's a difference, a big difference for what it is for people that are not in Christ, people that are not a believer. I mean, believers have the hope and the faith that what God has promised he will do. What did he promise? He promised when we die, it's a precious, wonderful thing. It is a wonder, it is not a wonder why the Apostle Paul declares, my desire is to depart and to be with Christ, which is far better, but for your sake, I want to remain here. You know, we believers, we would rather go ahead and just go and get it over and be dead and be with God and be with Christ. But for your sake, for people that are not saved, we want to stay here. Why? Because God has called us to be a light and a witness and a leader to you. So I just wanted to kind of remind us today a little bit about death. And want us to know that there's no reason to really dread dying or nothing in that line, because God, it's precious for you to die. It's a wonderful thing. So we look forward to that. And we know that Jesus Christ have come and lived and died for each one of us. So real life for us today is to have Jesus Christ. And so thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
So much for understanding that Jesus Christ is the way today.
So next up we have Greg Pound, and after Greg Pound, we have Edward Bauer. And that way, Mr. Bauer, if you'd be ready when Mr. Pound is finished.
Yes, Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. In Proverbs chapter 23, verse 3, it says, buy the truth and sell it not. And that should be the goal of every person, is to know the truth and live by it. I have a couple things I would like to put up here so the audience, and also I want our commissioners, if you feel led to look this up, I would really appreciate it. This here is 18 keys for the end time believer, Jonathan Kahn, and you'll find that on YouTube. This one here is Jay Dyer. It says, UK riots show how Islam is a tool of the New World Order technocrats. So what's going on in Britain and what's going to be going on in America real quick is if you watch this and you'll see, their goal is to destroy our sovereignty as a nation and as a people. Our families are under attack, the men under attack, the women, the children. We are under this moral onslaught of destroying us as a people and a nation, just like in Britain. In the European nations. Once you see Britain on fire, you see what's going on right now in the British nation. When you have more people from other countries in their own country than the people who've grown up there, it's a real problem. So this is what it is we are being used. We have people whose goal is they want to bring the world population down, and they're doing it through wars, vaccinations, creating these pandemics, and this is what we're dealing with as a people and a nation. So I wrote these things down out of Islam. It says Islam is a religion of peace, and if you look at the word peace means one. The only way there can be peace in a family is a husband and wife have to be one on the same page. So when they say Islam is a religion of peace, if you don't believe what they teach, you're not one with them. And it says here in the Quran in 2:192, it says, slay the unbelievers wheresoever you find them. So what happens is they have a religion that if you don't believe what they believe, you're not one with them. And so that causes a lot of problems. And so, it's so beautiful in America. We have a right to speak and then our right to defend ourselves. These are gifts from God that God's given us, and our framers understood this. If we don't have these rights, we're in big trouble in order to challenge what people believe. All we want is the truth. We just want to live by the truth. And so if you look at those two websites, they're powerful documentations on what's going on right now in America, why they're bringing in all these people in this country and what we're headed for, the same thing that's going on in the European nations. They're going to do the exact same thing here, and you politicians need to understand it. These are people who can explain it to you at a level I can't even touch. And so that's where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edward Bauer, and then next up is Cassandra Cole.
Afternoon, everyone. What time are we being here again? That's my own question. On the countdown already, 3 minutes or less. My name is Edward Bauer. I'm going to represent citizens' rights, in particular at the St. Pete Clearwater Airport.
Could you state your address, please, or where you live?
Ma'am?
Your address?
Oh, my address?
Yes. Or at least the city you live in?
I live in Gulfport, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's my city, not my address. But anyway, with that being said, I want to address the situation behind the scenes that I perceive going on at the St. Pete Clearwater Airport. I've been going there for a number of years as a part-time Uber driver. I'm retired Air Force Special Operations 98, Master Sergeant by the grace of God. But the reality is the airport is more than it meets the eye, folks. The director, Thomas Jewsbury, may have a good rating on Google, but in reality, he appears to be an uncaring, non-detailed, insensitive bureaucrat, quite frankly. And I received a citation, I see 2 citations in the same calendar day for illegal handicap parking. Now, I do have, I take responsibility for that for the most part, but the mitigating circumstances are such that I recently applied for my DAV application with the Department of Veteran Affairs, and my wife's placard, which I wasn't aware of, it goes by the individual versus the vehicle, quite frankly. I was at home at the time on both occurrences. And with that being said, I was on crutches too. I got viciously attacked by a coworker on July 13th, unexpectedly, unjustifiably. So I've been hurting. I have a broken left pelvic orbital. I'm healing from for the last month here by the grace of God, slowly but surely, in the VA rehab system. So with that all being said, I pulled up in that particular spot that night at approximately 12 o'clock. I received a citation at 12:13 a.m. on the morning of Thursday, July, let me double check my sources here. My glasses left at home, so I'm going to squint to see it here. It looks like it was on July 18, 2024, 12:13 a.m. to be exact. The sad part about it was it really wasn't necessary because it was parked actually on the most westerly space in the actual cell phone lot where the Uber drivers typically park and wait for customers. And make a long story short, the employee, the female, African-American female employer approached me in a very non-friendly manner and demanded my placard. I tried to explain to her I was injured. My DAV application was on file, showed my paperwork as well on that. I mentioned I forgot my wife's placard, and didn't seem to matter to her. She began just kept talking over me and being somewhat rude and unprofessional, and I just told her at one point, please, ma'am, just leave me alone and please go away. Window up on my vehicle, and then police came soon thereafter. I got one of 2 citations, just like that.
Thank you. And if you want to give us more information, you can email us, and we can, if you want to give us more information, you can email us more detail.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. I will be doing that, ma'am.
Okay.
Rest assured. Thank you.
Next up is Cassandra Cole, and after Cassandra Cole is Robert Groden. Is Cassandra here? No Cassandra? Okay, Robert Groden. And after Robert is Wendy Kauai.
Good afternoon, Board and others. I'm here today. I'm an ex-Class A general contractor, real estate broker, and master electrician, electrical contractor. But my property is adjacent to a small development that my neighbors have some concern about and asked me to come here and speak about. Just to color the issue a little bit, several years ago when I tried to, I have 3 lots that are adjacent to this property. When I tried to peel them off, the county employees explained to me that if all 3 lots were in my name, the county policy was I couldn't subdivide them. But now we have on a small piece of acreage, we have a builder developer putting in 7 home lots. So there's something to be concerned about that policy at the least. But in addition to that, my neighbors have several other issues. There's been some damage caused by the developer that's there. And a couple of days ago, Cassandra, who I guess is late here today, she went to the county and found and was researched with a county employee and found that there were no tree permits pulled. There are no, being an ex-builder developer myself, there are no trees that have been marked or identified in any way. And as far as we know, no replacement plan has been offered. And the environmental department that oversees this kind of work, they demand that to be done when even a house is built on a single home lot. And so we have some concerns about that. In addition to that, the contractor undergoing the work, who's seemed to be extremely reckless and unprofessional and unqualified, as is evidenced from the damage that has occurred on at least a minimum of three lots that I'm aware of. And I should interject, I assume I'm in a right venue. This is where Cassandra told me to show up and speak. So for this complaint, they seem to be extremely unqualified, which is evidenced by the damage that has occurred so far. On my property included, they've completely wrecked my fence by improperly cutting down a tree. It appears to be a 100-year-old oak tree that's about 2 feet in diameter. And then aside from the permits, is it my 3 minutes up? Is that?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
And
All right. She's concerned about flooding that's going to occur on the property, and that's what she was going to speak to here today.
Okay. Are you Cassandra Cole?
And we would like to have the construction stopped or delayed.
Okay.
These issues are corrected.
Okay, so Cassandra hasn't made it here yet?
Yeah. I can have her 3 minutes.
No, sorry. She needs to be here for 3 minutes.
Well, you had a slot for her. Seems reasonable to me.
So the next one up is Wendy. And sir, again, I would just, as I recommended for the other gentleman, I recommend you send an email with those details, and then we can ensure that we look into it. To the board or the building department? To the board. Thank you. Wendy, go ahead, state your name and your address, and then next up will be Susan Hargreaves.
Hi, I'm Wendy Zabo. I'm from Pinellas Park, Florida. My nickname is Wendy Kauai, and my Facebook page, Wendy Kauai, is where you can see videos and photos of what I'm about to talk to you about, the horse abuse in Largo, Florida. Because I received legal threats in an attempt to silence me from speaking up for horse Digby by showing this video, I want to make a quick disclaimer. I am stating my opinion and my views for educating on this animal welfare issue. I was leasing Digby at a stable in Largo, Florida. He was like a beloved pet to me. I grew up riding horses. I used to have a horse that was an off-the-track racehorse that I trained to do hunter-jumper. I know when training horses becomes an exercise in abuse. I also want to point out, many of you may have seen recently on the news that there was an Olympic rider named Charlotte Dujardin who was prohibited from participating in the Olympics because she was caught on video whipping a horse 24 times excessively within a matter of minutes. But we have a head trainer who is located in Largo, Florida, who was caught on video whipping horse Digby excessively with a riding crop 12 times within a matter of seconds, hitting him very hard. You can see her arm going up and hitting extremely hard. I was shocked to see this. Like I said, this is like a beloved pet to me. We also have evidence of multimedia evidence of a miniature pony named Magic. This is a miniature pony that is too small to be ridden. That miniature pony was never bred to be ridden. And we have images of juveniles riding the miniature pony. One is riding the pony while another is running and pulling the pony around the arena and also pulling the pony over jumps. And this was done on more than one occasion. It appears because this was posted on social media on on June the 4th, as well as June the 17th. There also was a miniature donkey that was overloaded that was not bred to be ridden as well. So we do have a Florida statute that may apply to this overloading. I'm asking the county commissioners to please look at Florida statute 82812, cruelty to animals. It says a person who unnecessarily overloads, overdrives, torments. It also says, or otherwise any animal in a cruel or inhumane manner commits animal cruelty, a misdemeanor of the first degree, punishable as provided.
Thank you.
Thank you
And
for
I
your
know I
time.
said I was going to have Susan up, but Cassandra Cole hasn't come, so I'm going to pull her up, if that's okay. Cassandra, I understand you're here. Thank you, and if you would come up and state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes. The microphone is to your right, or to your left, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yes, there you go.
Cassandra Cole. I live at 5901 63rd Street North, kind of the center of St. Pete. Thank you for hearing my concerns. I'm here as a homeowner and taxpayer in Pinellas County, representing about 15 of my neighbors, all longtime homeowners. I met in person yesterday with Cliff Still and the planning development staff concerning the building of 7 houses in a wooded area at 6380 62nd Avenue North. It's not in my backyard, but close. I came with signatures and a written letter citing why we think this project should be stopped. I am the designated presenter because I have a master's degree in environmental sustainability. and have worked with Pennsylvania DCNR, Pittsburgh Parks Conservancy, and Colorado Mountain Club. Here are our 5 points of objection. Firstly, a lot of brush and some trees has already been cleared without a permit. None of the trees were flagged or marked in any way. The men hired to clear the area with machines appear not to be qualified and have created damage to 3 different neighbors' backyards. I believe you just heard from one of them, Robert Grondin. Another has had an arborist out to assess root damage of a large mature pine tree. Another lost a shed. It was demolished, and he's looking into legal actions. So let's see. The builder QT construction is already out of compliance, but these issues are minor. We are standing up for the big picture. Here are the major concerns. In my years of looking at land use and preservation issues, I can tell you what we all already know. Too much impervious cover creates a situation where water has nowhere to go. I see the wetlands are protected here well in Pinellas County, and you don't have acid mine drainage to worry about like we do in Pennsylvania, but the excess flooding, sewage release, and contamination leading to bacterial blooms in the bay results in aquatic animal loss and red tides. It all needs to be addressed. And also the increasing storm strength, the impact of weather patterns. I'm suggesting here you avert disaster by not developing this small anchor of wooded land. The trees are holding the soil and water. If it is cleared and a concrete elevated housing development is installed, it will be a disaster to the surrounding area. Flooding, sewage, standing water, and a great financial input to remediate the uncorrectable and possibly litigation. I looked at the plans, and respectfully, they show the typical solutions for traffic movement, elevation structures, and water damage. I do not believe this development is sustainable. I've spent 5 years walking my dogs on that land and observing. I have a video of 16 inches of water up to my knees. Am I allowed to finish?
Yeah, no, your 3 minutes are up. And what I had mentioned to the gentleman beforehand, if we do not have this on file, if you send us an email with the details, we'll follow up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call up Ronald Walker, and then I have Susan Hargreaves. I'm sorry about that. Ronald Walker?
Ron Walker, I live in Largo. This is the 4th time I've appeared before you guys to tell you you're being stolen from with 2 hands, and the guys who are stealing from you think you're their favorite county commission in all the state. Because while you're sitting on your hands, they've got that money well invested. When you want to collect the money easily, let me know, and I'll be your whistleblower, and we'll collect it and use it for good somewhere. Thank you for my minute.
Thank you. And then we have Susan Hargreaves. And Susan, I see that you're from Jupiter, Florida, so we will allow you 2 minutes since you're not from Pinellas County. And again, if you'll state your full name and your address.
Start yet. I just don't want this to go flying. Sorry. There we go. I'm Susan Hargreaves, and I'm the founder of Animal Hero Kids. It's a charity about helping people become heroes to animals. It's Be an Animal Hero. And I'm here today because I saw the video that was very shocking from Largo, Florida, of the horse Digby being abused. And I very often report cruelty, and my friend actually helped write the statute that Wendy just referred to. And I'm shocked that after the police saw the video, that they did not charge the person. And I don't know if you can see this right here. This is upside down? Yeah. You can see the way the horse's leg is out from being hit. It's very obvious how much this hurt this horse. Dr. Lydia Tang's recent study actually says that horses' skins are as sensitive as our skin. And I know that obviously you are not the sheriff's office and you may not have control over them, but you are the county commissioners for the county where this is happening. And there is outrage. Over 25,000 people have seen this video, and equestrians too, who are absolutely shocked that this is allowed to continue. So I'm asking you to use your power today to do all you can to help Digby the horse, because he can't come here and say help. And I'm also giving you one of my books, which is all about helping animals. And I'm going to leave it here for you.
Thank you. You can hand that to the clerk right to your side. Perfect. Thank you so much for coming. And Largo. And Largo. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to our consent agendas, items 3 through 12. I do have a comment on number 9. Okay, so we'll pull number 9, and we have a motion for the rest of the agenda. Commissioner Scott?
Yeah, so moved.
Got a second from Commissioner Scott. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we'll go to number 9. David Lee, if you want to come up and make comments. And Barry, if you want to just introduce what it is first before David speaks.
Item number 9 is award of bid for David Nelson Construction for 46th Avenue North. This is one of our American Rescue Plan funds intersection improvements.
Okay, go ahead. Good to see you, David.
Put that up.
You want to change that? Hang on
Yeah,
just
let me,
one second. Our timer's got to change the clock.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, David Lee, I live in the CRA. I live in Ray's neighborhood, actually, and this is a bid for, or this is the contract for 46th Avenue improvements. I just wanted to point a few things out. If you live in Lealman, you kind of learn to realize after a while that we really don't have any control over anything. And so what we get left with is kind of just the public record. And so I sent you an email with these documents, but I'd like it to be preserved. And so if you look at this, it's a really big price tag, and you kind of think you're getting a new road. You know, that's what we thought too. $6.5 million. And we're actually not getting a new road, we're getting ditches. And if you look at this map, you can see how close we were or are to a complete curb and gutter network. This neighborhood's right in the middle of St. Petersburg. And instead of installing curb and gutter and a new roadway and addressing the problems with the road, we've decided to, in the year 2024, install ditches along this red area. And I wanted to point that out to you because it's kind of hypocritical. If you remember, this is from your finding of necessity. So this is when the county went to the state and said, hey guys, we need a CRA because of all these things. And blight is the number one thing that, you know, to get a CRA. So you went to the state and you're showing off all these ditches and you're saying, we need the CRA so we can fix it. And then here we are at fixing time. And yeah, we're making the ditches less deep, and we're changing the name to swale, which I guess is more politically correct. But a swale is a ditch, and you know, it even shows it on the plan. These are ditches. Now, they are shallower ditches, but the problem with ditches is that they're difficult to maintain. I don't know if you mow your own lawn, but when you put these angled, sloped, mushy structures in front of people's houses, it's difficult to maintain. It's difficult for the county to maintain. And so what happens? They don't get maintained. And so we get blight everywhere. It's a main source of blight in our community. And instead of fixing it, we're doing the same thing, and we're spending a whole lot of money to do it. At the bottom of this is kind of the most infuriating part. And this is the CRA budget. I think it's coming to you next time or soon. So on top of our ditches not getting maintained, now they're coming to our CRA and they're saying, hey, we want your money from the CRA to come out and maintain our ditches.
I appreciate you coming.
I have a problem with that, and Madam Chair, if you could just please add the document and my comments to the.
Oh, we will. Everything will be on record. So any questions or discussion for Barry? Any questions or discussion? I appreciate you coming out, David, and we will have all that on record. Commissioner Scott, you look pensive, no? Okay. All right, so I don't see any questions or discussion. Number 9, we look for a motion.
Can you just turn this back on for one more second?
Well, our
comments
3
over.
minutes are up. That's all we allow for this.
I'll leave it here.
Thank you. Actually, if you hand it to the clerk on the other side, or Barry, that's great. Thank you. So I would need a Commissioner
Well,
Justice.
everyone's kind of holding thought. Maybe we could have Kelly come up and just briefly give a description of the road.
We can certainly do that, Commissioners, but obviously you know that we have ditches all over the county, and solving a ditch to a curb and gutter is a far bigger project. Then you have to have regional detention, okay? You get into stormwater regs, and so it's a far different project. So eliminating taking a ditch to a swale, that is part of your stormwater filtration system and a ditch. So when you switch to a curb and gutter, it's a big deal. And she would have to talk to the price tag, but it's significant. And you got to have somewhere for it to go in a much quicker manner. So that's typically the reason. But, Kelly, if you have something to add, that's the main issue. You can't just curb and gutter anywhere just by that, because a lot of other regulations kick in when you do that.
Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director. So part of this section of 46 is constrained, all right? We only have a certain amount of right-of-way. It's 60 feet wide. And so to accomplish all the community goals, which includes sidewalks and somewhere for people to ride bikes safely, we've got to fit all of this infrastructure in a very narrow area. And we are using it's a swale and a pipe together. So we have a pipe at the bottom and then a shallow swale over top. It is not a ditch. We utilize this in a lot of areas. This allows us to meet both quantity and get some quality out of it. So it is a very narrow stretch of road, but I think this improvement is going to be far better than what we have out there. It's going to look really nice, and I'm really proud of the team in this project.
We had a similar project up in Palm Harbor area.
Kelly.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
What's that?
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
So it also talks about sidewalks on both sides? So
Correct.
what's that cross-section going to look like then? If you could. It's on. And I've got it pointed towards me, so I don't know what else I.
So it's it's the 5-foot sidewalk on one side and an 8-foot sidewalk on the other side to accommodate bicyclists. Yes. We have a 2-foot structural shoulder. So normally DOT spec is that we have 5 feet. We did a variance down to 2 feet because we just don't have right-of-way. So that stabilized shoulder, it's a typical crowned road so that the drainage will flow off of the road and then into the swales. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. Anybody else?
Move approval.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Long. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, and we are going to go on to the next item is number 13, I believe.
Yes. Item number 13 is a capital project funding agreement with the Dolly Museum for the expansion project. In 2023, you approved, based upon Tourist Development Council's recommendation, accept a modified amount of $25.1 million. They now have the funding agreement before you that's been negotiated, as we traditionally do, and it's back before you for approval. And I do think you have a public speaker on this.
Not on 13, we do not.
Okay. Very good.
I know they're here, but I don't have a card.
Okay.
So any questions or discussion? Commissioner
Yeah,
Eggers?
just in the future, I know we don't have it here, but anytime we deal with TDC funds in any regards, I'd like to have that
master chart.
that summary of flow of funds, reserves, and cash flow that you've done.
Yes.
An
Well-
updated one that kind of keeps us up to speed.
I talked to Jim about that earlier, so we're going to include that in your packet for now on, so you can see as we spend money, you see the
Okay,
total.
thank you.
The impacts of those in the chart.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? I'd entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Okay, we got a motion from Commissioner Eggers and a second I'm going to take from Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. Okay. Who else are we missing? Yes. Okay, that passes 7-0. I'm going to move on to number 14. I do have a speaker for 14.
Item 14 is fiscal year 2025 elite event funding recommendations from the Tourism Development Council. There's also the TDC group combined of $135,000 in additional funding to be allocated among 3 events based upon the applicant completing marketing requirements to receive the increased funding.
Okay, so we have one speaker. It's Frank Chevis. Frank, if you want to come up and state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes to talk about your event and why you need that extra money.
That's what he's here for.
Frank Chevis, Tampa Bay Charities. We put on the Clearwater National Boat Race every year.
You can lift up that microphone so you've been down so far. That's
And the
better.
slowest time of the year, we do it in September. So I think we meet all the criterias to get some money. But first off, I'd like to thank the county commission for their choice and the person that's running the Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Brian Lovac. You made a wonderful choice. I know you guys spent a lot of time at it, but the guy's doing a great job. Okay, so thank you for that. Now I'm here, and I just want to let you know, basically, you guys know this, but the boat race has been around for a little more than 10 years, and guess what? All the costs have gone up, okay? And when I started out this boat race, we got $100,000. I now get $75,000, okay? And it's, and the procedures for safety, just alone, I have to have 16 people on our staff that's out on the water that are first responders. So they come from different counties all over. And we have to pay them, put them up for hotels, and feed them. It's just, you know, and just so you know, we're moving to Sand Key Park, and I have some new costs there. They're over $30,000. And what are those costs? There's about $16,000 that I know of that we've already written checks to Pinellas County for the Sand Key Park, and that's for parking and whatnot. And then also I have to pay the Sheriff's Department to have someone out there for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. So I just got more costs. And I'm not good at asking for money, but I just want to let you guys be aware that we have a lot of costs, and I appreciate you taking a look at this. I know it's before you, and that's actually for 2025, what you're looking at, but we have a lot more costs this year. Thank you for everything you guys do and for making this the best community in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, you see the recommendations from the TDC. Convention and Visitors Bureau had recommended $1.6 million, and then the TDC approved another $135,000 to be added to 3 different events. So if there's any, Commissioner Eggers, you have a question?
Yeah, one quick question on the, there were apparently on the 135 additional funding, it was a close 7-5 vote. Was the issue with just the additional funding or the entire I'm assuming it's just the additional ask. So I just want to make sure,
It was the additional ask.
just the additional ask. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Flowers?
I see again that the MLK Parade received less funding than what was requested in every year. They ask for the same dollar amount. They never go up. They ask for the same dollar amount. So I'm seeking consideration to increase their amount from 50,000 to the 75,000 that they actually requested.
So, Commissioner, the only amount of money that was left in that pot was the 135, so you would have to take that money from somebody that was just given those 3 events for a total amount. Barry, Brian's here, right?
I understand what you're saying, but every year and you guys have been very supportive. I mean, by all means, you have been extremely supportive. But every year we get to this point, and it's always around bed nights. This is it's bringing bands in for that one particular day, and then they're leaving. So they will never get the number of bed nights that's being requested. So I don't, I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying every night, sorry, every year is the same thing.
Brian Loack, President and CEO of Visit St. Pete Clearwater. If it's all right with you, I'll speak to the chair's question about remaining funds. And just as a reminder, your tourist development plan currently, as it stands, states that you cannot exceed the $2 million cap on elite events, and we have exhausted all those funds under these recommendations. So I'm just confirming the chair's comment.
So does anyone have,
Wait.
I'm sorry.
So just for clarification, so there was the 2 million, and we hit that with this recommendation. So Commissioner Flowers is asking if we can take more, and what I'm hearing you say is we don't have any more in that budget.
Correct.
Correct. So that, we'd have to discuss that motion and how that would work. And we also made changes to elite events, and I think there's quite a few, I think 12 or so got less funding than previously. I don't have that all counted. I had it counted for that other meeting, but I don't for this meeting. I think there was like 12 items that got reduced, events that got reduced, and then quite a few that didn't get any recommended amounts of money. And the mission of the board was to make these elite events bigger, kind of like the WWE. We're not there yet, but we're really looking for transformative kind of change, big giant events that bring major tourists into the area for particularly bed nights, this was what's for. And so I don't know if you want to explain why those things got less funding and why so many didn't get funding.
Sure. Yeah, and specifically, I think when we looked at this, if you'll recall, this past calendar year, we brought forward some proposed changes to the elite event program. The TDC recommended them unanimously. You all adopted them. And what they did was they put the focus on true elite events, and then we had smaller scale destination enhancement events. And in the past, what had happened is if you qualify for a certain category, you meet the minimum threshold, we would kind of give you the maximum funding within that category. And this year, that was not the case. We were more critical of all the events as we scored them. So you saw a number of projects that you may meet a minimum criteria, but we did not recommend maximum funding within that category. So this particular event for the self-reported attendees, for example, met the minimum criteria for a Category 1 event. However, the room nights were more in alignment with a Category 3 or Category 4 event. And so when we reviewed these and scored them, we ranked it as a Category 2, which is funding above $25,001 up to $75,000, and that's how we got on the $50,000 recommended funding amount. Hopefully that helps.
Okay. I don't want to go any further because Commissioner Flowers isn't done. Now, I heard a motion Did I hear a motion, or were you ready to make that motion? I'm not sure what I heard.
I was making a motion asking that MLK be a recipient of full funding, and here's why I'm going to say that. Because the Bike Fest has fewer room nights than the MLK. However, they were awarded $75,000. So I'm still not understanding, and maybe I'm missing something. If you're going on where you rank and where you fall, how MLK can have 45,000 room nights. The Bike Fest has 30,000 room nights. Bike Fest gets 75,000. MLK gets 50,000. So if you're going on that, then the Bike Fest shouldn't receive full funding. So anyway, that was my motion. If it dies for lack of a second, that's fine.
Okay.
But I just know every single year it's the same thing. And I know that we had a good discussion about how the MLK parade previously was being matched up with some much larger, more historical events. And so they didn't have the room nights that some of those did because they were much larger events. They had a longer historical perspective. They're on the beach, and all of that. And I know you all have supported the efforts in the past, and I am grateful for that. And trust me, the event is grateful for that. But I'm just saying every year it's always the same thing. And what I'm looking at, if you judge one way, you need to judge the other. And MLK clearly has more bed nights.
Okay, and I see all the...
should have received
I
the
see all
funding.
the, I see all the hands. Brian, I know you want to respond because it's more than just bed nights, it's marketing and...
Well, I wanted to clarify, and this is on me. The room nights that you're referencing, Commissioner, I believe are on that spreadsheet that has each.
Projected attendees and
Correct.
projected room.
One of the things that came to light after we went through this process is the application does have a number of areas where it requests the applicant to report various in-market attendees, unique attendees, out-of-market attendees, hotel bed nights, as well as vacation rental bed nights. And so those numbers that you see are not the actual bed nights. When you look at the economic impact data that was provided by the organizers of the events from the most recent event, those are the numbers that we use for attendees and room nights. And between those two, on the Bike Fest, their room nights were approximately 8,900, and the room nights from MLK were approximately 2,900. So that's the discrepancy there with the room nights. I
That's
apologize.
interesting, because they have more than 2,900 people in the bands that come from out of town that we have to pay, they have to pay, not we, I ain't got no, but they have to find room nights for. But anyway, I'm sorry, I digress. Please
Okay.
forgive me.
So
I'm done.
we do have a motion on the floor, and I have Commissioner Latvella, Commissioner Eggers, and Commissioner Justice that want to speak. Do you want to go ahead, or do you want to, go ahead, Commissioner Latvella?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be supportive of what Commissioner Flowers is trying to do with one caveat, and that is that we take it from another project in St. Petersburg. I don't want to take money from somewhere else in the county, another event in the county from Pinellas Park or the beaches or North County somewhere. So if we can identify something from St. Petersburg to take it from, I would be more than supportive of what she's trying to do.
Commissioner Eggers?
And that was kind of my comment. Even if we bumped it, MLK 15,000 additional and taking maybe 7,500 from the two St. Pete events, from the St. Pete Powerboat and the Bike Fest, at least you're bridging a little bit of the gap. And so that was just a thought, and as a compromise spot to add a few more dollars to the MLK event.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you. And I would second the motion if we haven't had a second officially. And I missed this on, because I was looking at the same chart you were looking at and the number of nights and everything. And we do this every year.
I know.
We come to the same thing every year, and the commission makes a decision every year to fund this, whether it's a caveat of whether we waive the cap for this one time to get us to that number or something. But we do this every year, and to come back and In years past, we've asked Economic Development or TDC or whoever to work with the organization to figure out how we can adequately fund and through all the proper channels. And so I would say that we do what we have done every single year for the last several years and fund it.
Any other questions, discussion? So these are my thoughts. We agreed to change the procedures on how we do elite events. We agreed that we were going to put a big push to really focus on tourism and room nights, and I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But you know, what I had asked Brian's team to do next year is when because it turned out these 3 events that the TDC agreed to improve brought new data, and I think what they needed in the process was you score them, and then those applicants have a chance to clarify. So when they came to the meeting and they clarified and showed there was evidence that the Bike Fest had a significant more attendance than we thought. They had significant more media than what was put in their application that we understood it. And so we made an agreement that we were going to, you know, really make this, elevate this. It's all about elevating this. And you know, I felt at that meeting, 3 people came to say the information really needed to be updated. It was really more than what we said. It was different than what we wrote in our application. So I've asked them to kind of change that so that next year, you know, we can make sure we have correct information, up-to-date information. But I will tell you, you're going to have every single person that didn't get money, or I think there was like 12 or 14 that got reduced money. And all those people are going to come and say, well, I want more money. And I'm sorry, Brian, but it's going to be a really difficult meeting for you when that happens. Because that was a very interesting meeting. I think there were more amendments to an amendment that I've ever seen in any public meeting in my life. So I think the Martin Luther King event is worthy. But you know, I have a difficult time taking money away from somebody else that already knows that they may have been awarded something. And so I wouldn't support that. And I understand there's significantly more money going into St. Petersburg than going into North County if you look at the numbers. So I understand why you feel the way that you feel about that. But that doesn't change the total numbers. So, but I do understand why you're saying that. So I personally would be a no on that. Commissioner Eggers.
I'm sorry, but, you know, there is all about heads and beds, and when you talk about spring training baseball versus regular season baseball, there's no competition. So the argument that should be driven by heads and beds is not necessarily the way it should be all the time. And the Martin Luther King event is an important event, a cultural thing in the community, and I think we should support it. And I think it should come, as we talked about, from the St. Pete events. And it is important to the fabric of our community. And I'm sorry that if it doesn't match all of the numbers that you talk about, I think it's important enough to do it.
Just the last tail end of your comments got turned off is all.
Sorry?
The last tail end of your comments got cut off.
Well, I would absolutely support giving additional funding to the event.
Yeah. And again, it's not just heads and bed, it's marketing. It's what market
understand.
they choose.
I get
So
it. I get
it is more than that, it's bigger than that. So any other comments or questions? Then we would, I guess we'll take this as an amended motion. Now, we want to make you've got a motion and a second. Where do you plan on taking that money from?
I told you.
You can take it from the additional money for, what was it? You can take it from the St. Pete Powerboat?
What do they need, 15? Or how much do they, 25?
So the St. Pete Power Grand Prix was recommended for 100, and they gave them 150. Do you want to take it from there?
Yes. I mean, that's fine with me.
I'm just making a suggestion. I'm not making that the motion. It's up to you guys. You're the maker of the.
Yeah,
Well,
I move that we take 25 from the St. Pete Power Boat Grand Prix and move it to the 2024 MLK Dream Big Parade.
Okay, so that's, thank you, because that was an amendment to her motion. That's a second. So you accepted that amendment? From the amendment, okay.
Who
We,
made
I
the
think
Who
our,
made the second?
she
originally?
accepted, he seconded her motion.
Oh, okay.
No, you seconded, I'm sorry, I had this wrong. Charlie seconded the motion. This is an amendment to the motion. So we have an amendment to the motion to give $25,000, and the amendment is to take that $25,000 from the boat races in St. Petersburg, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we need a second to that amendment. Oh, you second that one. So did you accept that friendly amendment?
I don't need to accept it. It is it's an amendment to the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
It's a
So-
separate vote. I don't have that book you gave us.
Thank you. I don't have that book either. Thank you. So just to be sure I have this right, and Posture Jewel help me. So we've got an amendment to put $25,000 to, with the second.
I'm sorry.
You want to give $25,000 to MLK. You seconded that.
Correct.
He wants to amend that motion to where to take the money from, and you seconded that. Are we voting on that as an entire amendment or independently?
I would suggest that you vote on that, the modification to the motion independently.
Separately?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So do we want to pull up a voting card or an all in favor on an amendment?
All in favor.
All in favor. Commissioner Scott?
Just want to make sure I understand what we're doing. So the St. Petersburg Powerboat Grand Prix, we have a lot of bouncing balls here, so, all right. Was 100, went to 150 as recommendations, and now we're going to 125 and moving 25 to MLK. Okay, just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Okay, thank you. Right, okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All in favor on the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
No.
Nay. You're a no? So it's 5-2, the amendment passes. Now to the motion, or is that good?
Now we're still on, now we would be on the amendment, or the Commissioner Flowers' original motion, which is an amendment to the agenda item.
Agenda item. So a motion for Commissioner Flowers, motion to move $25,000 to MLK. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I would be a nay. So that passes 6-1. And then, so for the item number 14 as amended, we need to take a motion on that, or is that?
Yes.
You do,
Thank
because
you.
you need to
So
you need
now
to
I
vote on the
need,
rest.
Yes, so item number 14 as amended, I need a motion as amended.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second by Commissioner Long. On that one, we can bring up the voting card for commissioners to vote.
All right.
Oops, I'm sorry, I did that one wrong. So that passes 6-1. And we are going to move on to number 15.
Item number 15 is from the Palm Harbor Library. This is an MSTU for library shelving.
Move approval.
Second.
We got a motion from Commissioner Justice, a second from Commissioner Scott. Any other discussion or questions? If the clerk could pull up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes 6-1. And we move on to number 16.
Item 16 is Affordable Housing Program Project Funding Recommendation for Cypress Groves Apartments. This is in Largo. It's 84 multifamily units.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say the funding is both federal home grant funds of $3.3 million and penny for Pinellas 1.7.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Entertain a motion. Motion from Commissioner Justice, second from Commissioner Flowers. If there's seeing no other questions or discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes 6-0. Number 17.
It's
Affordable Housing Program project funding recommendation for the flats on 4th Apartments. This is in St. Petersburg. This is 80 multifamily units for seniors. 72 restricted for households 60% area median income and below. The $2.9 million of funding is for land acquisition costs, and you can see within your packet a variety of funding sources for the project.
Okay, any questions or discussion? I'd entertain a motion. Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Long. Seeing no other discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. That passes 6-0. We'll move on to number 18.
This is an agreement between Pinellas County and the Lemon Special Fire Rescue District for the purchase of water rescue equipment and their role supporting the Tierra Verde Fire District, which they provide services for.
Okay, we have a question from Commissioner Scott.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this new purchases, replacements?
Jim, I don't recall. I didn't look.
Jim Fogarty, Bureau Director, Safety and Emergency Services. Most of this is new, not all of it, some of it's replacement, but the flat bottom boat and the jet ski and some of the safety equipment is new based on a high level of water rescues that are occurring offshore by Terra Verde.
Okay. Is there additional training that's going to be?
There is, and that's included in this.
That's included in this? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Move approval.
I got a motion from Commissioner Justice and a second from Commissioner Long. Any other discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting board. Now, Commissioner Latvala, you're a yes. That passes 7-0. Move on to number 19.
Okay, item number 19 and item 20 are companion items, and the same thing for item 21 and 22. But I also have to ask for an amendment to this, so I'll explain.
Okay.
So, bear with me. So, these are the community agreements for the construction of manufactured home community wastewater projects. This is package number 1 for Boca Ciega Residents Association with Holiday Shores Park. Okay, so this is 2 areas in which we're going to be putting in a public sewer. There are limitations on its use, et cetera, and stuff, and protections that Commissioner Eggers raised at the work session. And then the item 20 will actually be approving of the bids to be able to do it. But prior to that, it was inadvertently left off of who the contact person is within the agreement. And so we need to add board approval to include authorization for the clerk to include contact information as the director of utilities.
So is that on number 19 and 20?
This is for 19, then we'll vote separately on 20.
On 20 for the same, we need that added to both of them.
No, you don't need the contact information for that, just on 19 and 21.
19 and 21, okay. So any questions for Barry? None. Discussion. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to comment, and I had an email yesterday with Chris and Barry that the combined amount for both of these projects is $37,994,000, but when you add up the contract awards on item 20 and 22, it's $4,350,000 short, and that's going to, I guess we're having an ask coming in the future for another.
Yeah, this is package 1 and package 2.
Okay.
Actually, we didn't do a good job on explaining this. This is package 1 and package 2. This is currently having funding sources available that total $37 million. So there's additional projects that will be package 3 that will be coming to you. However, just so we're clear, when we get to that item, they're going to have to add additional funding for that because it will end up being about $43 million total. But these are for packages 1 and package 2, and it does not expend all the funds available.
Any other questions? Commissioner
Yeah,
Eggers.
just, Barry, maybe again emphasizing the importance of why we're doing this and the protection on the funding for the infrastructure dollars that we're putting in there into the future. Just address both of those if you would.
So because we got our entire emergency management team here. We also have our utilities and on department here. You know, and we just went through flood events, and we had sanitary sewer overflows as part of that. Not in the counties, we didn't have any releases at our plant, but but we did have them within the system. And that's because of the investments that you all have approved for South Cross. Otherwise, we would have had exceedances had we not been able to expand the processing capacity at that plant. Well, it's the same thing out in the system. Here you have mobile home communities that are not well maintained, they're private systems, and during rain events, they're pushing straight rainwater into our system. Well, the pipe's only so big. And so when you have rainwater that's designed for sanitary sewers, you have sanitary sewer overflows. So this is one program that you've authorized for us to be able to begin to eliminate them. You have a separate one. The big, we had small ones, but we had one major down in Pinellas Park. We have a current construction project that would alleviate that, and that's being done in conjunction with Pinellas Park. That is, you know, ongoing right now, and it takes several years to get these done. But the find and fix, all these different things that you've approved over the last several years are designed to tighten up our system. And in fact, as we can see from South Cross, it's working.
Yeah, Barry, and on that point, I was talking to Jeremy Waugh, our Director of Utilities. He was talking about the plant in South Bayou, South Cross, sorry, is at 35 million or 33 million gallons a day. Normally, we're at about 25, 28 million gallons a day, and during this last storm, it got up to 77 million gallons a day. Because of those improvements, the system there at the plant did not have any spills. And I think that's really significant. And what we're trying to do is reduce that 77 million gallon number through all these infiltration spots. And this is one of these mobile home parks are some of that. Worst cause, I guess.
You need to tighten up your system. In some areas, we need to expand, like the Pinellas Park is a secondary line to be able to bring more flow south. Otherwise, you know, the system can't handle it. So there's a variety of tools that they're implementing, but tightening up the system is certainly the most cost-effective solution. And it makes it harder because we can't use ratepayers' money for private systems. This was an opportunity to be able to use the American Rescue Plan funds to be able to invest in them, and then they'll be right on our system and maintained by us in perpetuity.
And to that, one more comment, if you don't mind, to emphasize the importance of protection of our infrastructure dollars that we're putting onto this private property going forward, so that they're not at risk of changing the use on the property and thereby really making the investment that we're doing moot. So if you could just maybe emphasize that again.
Again, there are strings attached to the dollars, so they have to be used for similar use, and that's the protection to where, one, we want these mobile home communities.
Right,
Nice
absolutely.
mobile home, they're part of our fabric, they're part of our inventory, and they provide, safe residence for a lot of citizens. So, but we want them to be in a good state of repair, and this is one of the ways we can help clean them up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Brian, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then the folks that live in these mobile home parks, they just go they go onto the Pinellas County utility system, become ratepayers?
Yep, there'll be regular
Standard rates and same rates as everybody else, different
Well,
rates?
Jeremy's coming up, so I'm obviously saying something wrong, so he's going to correct whatever I got incorrect. They may be billed by the community, I don't know.
Jeremy Wall, Director of Utilities. Yes, they will become just like every other ratepayer in the utility system.
I did have it right.
There you go. Simple enough. Thank you.
But thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Okay.
Move approval.
Now it's an approval with
With the...
the clerk to authorize putting a contact number in that.
Yeah.
Contact info
yes.
for the Director of Utilities, correct?
Yep.
Correct. Okay, so we got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Eggers. If the clerk could bring up the voting card. Commissioners vote. Yes. Commissioner Long is a yes, so it passes unanimously. Number 21?
Item 20, this is the award.
20, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so this is the award to Roland for the construction of the system for these two projects. $18.8 million.
Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scott. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card and commissioners vote. Commissioner Long? That passes unanimously, 7-0. We'll go to 21 now.
Okay, item 21, these are the community agreements. Again, this is for package number 2 for Lake Seminole Estates and Oasis homeowners. And Midway AmCan homeowners. So these three. And we need the same language as we did in 19.
Any questions, discussion? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion, and also to include the contact information for the Director of Utilities.
We have a motion. We need a second from Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, just a quick question. I know we've already voted on the first one, but between the two of them, how many sites do we have? How many actual folks are we going to have that were?
Oh, how many people?
Yeah, how many people, how many individual pad sites? Do we know?
I don't have that handy. I can get that information to you. It's 5 total communities between Package 1 and Package 2. And as Barry mentioned, Package 3 will be coming your way soon.
Yeah, if you could send that out. I mean, obviously, that's an important component to
We
this
have,
as
we
well.
have the count of units, I just don't have it.
Okay, thank you.
And just so you know, the scale of this, we targeted 13 communities. So we have more work to do.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card. Commissioners vote. Commissioner Long?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Number 22.
And this is award of Cathcart Construction for the actual work for package 2.
Questions, discussion? Motion from Commissioner Flowers, second from Commissioner Latvala. If the clerk could bring up the voting card, commissioners vote. That passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 23.
And here, we're going after some additional money. This is Resilient Florida Grant Program application for a Gulf Beach Water Booster Station, $8 million with a 50% match.
We got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Latvala. Any other discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card, commissioners vote. That passes unanimously. We're going to move to 24.
This is what I was just talking about. This is the Resilient Florida Grant Program application. This is for Pinellas Manufactured Homes Wastewater Collection System Improvements. So we're requesting an additional $23.9 million to construct these critical wastewater infrastructures for these mobile home communities in unincorporated areas of Pinellas County and the city of Largo.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Motion from Commissioner Flowers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Long. Any other discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. That passes unanimously. Before we go to 25, was there something else you wanted to add, Barry, or is that later on the agenda about sewers?
Oh, we'll talk about that when we get to,
Which number was that?
that's under County Administrator's report.
Okay, great, thank you. Number 25.
You got me. Okay, item 25 is a termination of agreement with Strut Mechanical. They just simply can't provide the volume of work.
Okay, any questions? Got a motion from Commissioner Flowers and a second by Commissioner Scott. Seeing no other discussion, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes unanimously. We're going to go on to number 26, and I have 2 speakers for 26.
Okay,
Gary?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. If you want to
This
introduce it.
resolution is approving issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds. This is for the Citrus Grove Apartments for a principal amount not to exceed $22 million. There's housing income limitations, and you can see this. Obviously, it has no fiscal impact to the county. This
Okay.
is done through the Housing Finance Corporation.
Okay, we have 2 citizens to be heard. Number 1 is Catherine Driver. And Catherine, if you state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Catherine Driver. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Finance Authority of Pinellas County. I was notified that there were some questions and a desire for a presentation at the work session on this item. So I did ask the developer who will be coming up next with Lincoln Avenue Capital to come out from California to answer any questions about this development. I just wanted to kind of really quickly run through the process and where we are on this transaction, because you did just approve 2 affordable housing developments that will also be submitting applications to us.
So once an application is received by the Housing Finance Authority, we distribute it to our working group, and it is reviewed by HFA staff, HFA counsel, our financial advisor, CSG advisors, and bond counsel Bryant Miller and Olive. Our financial advisor puts together a very detailed analysis and recommendation memo that's provided to the HFA board for them to consider for the inducement resolution, which is a resolution in your packet. That's an attachment to your resolution. This is a conditional commitment. It doesn't bind us to have to issue bonds, just says we like your project, and if you can meet all of these conditions, we'll vote again later to approve your bond issue. So right now, we held a TEFRA hearing, Tax Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act hearing, which allows the public a chance to speak on the project. And right now, it's before you for approval, and that's all part of the statute requirements. In the meantime, we're going through a credit underwriting process with Seltzer Management. They're one of the 3 approved credit underwriters with Florida Housing Finance Corporation, who provides the 4% tax credits for this transaction. So once we receive the final credit underwriting report, which is a very thorough deep dive into this project, it will go back to the Housing Finance Authority for final approval. So, this has a lot of eyes looking at it, all of these transactions. I just wanted to kind of give you a brief understanding of what our process is and where we are right now in it, so that when these keep coming to you for this approval, you have a little bit better idea of what's going on. And I did bring some copies of this analysis just so you can see how much work is put in the forefront, just to make sure that this is something that meets our needs and our community's needs. And as I mentioned, the next speaker will come. And we have some experience with them. They did the AC rehab on Lexington Club Apartments just up the road. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm not, was it Dave, Commissioner Eggers that wanted them to present? I don't remember who it was. Was it you? It was Commissioner Flowers, I remember now.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I requested this presentation is the history. I'm gonna give you the brief version. This was originally owned by Bethel Community Church, which was why it was named Bethel Heights. It has been an affordable housing community for years, as long as I'm old. It went through some issues and changes. Bethel Community Church sold the property. The property was sold. There were some rehabs done on the units, not many. That person left, it was sold again. Carl Nurse, who was then a city council member in St. Petersburg, worked vehemently with a company, and I'm sorry, the name escapes me. One of the few times I forget something, y'all. The name escapes me, but that company went in. They did do a lot. They painted, they upgraded some of the units. Some air units were put in because they did not have central heat and air. Stairwells were fixed. A lot was done. And a lot of us, all right, a lot of us kept eyes on this property because it also, unfortunately, became a haven for illicit activity, had a lot of unfortunate drug sales going on there. The City of St. Petersburg Police Department really immersed itself in there to become friends with the residents there. When I served on the school board, we were delivering meals for the scholars in the summer. Even though they could have went across the street to Johns Hopkins, we still did that just to try to establish some type of rapport going on in there. So my concern is that this property keeps changing hands. But some of the circumstances there are not changing. And then to have residents, and I'm not saying it's you, sir, because I don't even know you, but then to have residents reach out and call because they're calling for maintenance, they're calling for this or whatever, and those things are not being done. And this has just been a repetitive cycle. And it's not an affirming cycle for the residents who live there because of their income, that have families and are really trying to get themselves a leg up. And then it just keeps changing hands. So my issue was not with your organization or anything like that. My issue is with consistency in the management of this facility, which would play into the funds that are being utilized to purchase the facility and then to fix whatever needs to be fixed. But I'm also wanting to know about the relationship
that will be present between management, whoever manages the office, the residents and whatnot. Because if not, this cycle is just going to keep going, and the residents in the end kind of get left in the lurch about, we don't even know who our new owner is, we don't know this, we don't know that. So those were my issues and concerns. And again, sir, you probably are a fantastic, wonderful person. This is nothing personal at you. I support anyone who wants to work and continue to build with workforce and/or affordable, attainable housing. But that's my concern. Those were all of my concerns, and he's welcome to share if it's allowable by the chair. But that's why I brought it up at the workshop.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam
And
Chair.
I don't want to steal Jordan's thunder when he comes up to talk, but this is why it's important when these acquisition rehab deals come to the HFA for application, that we're really serious about looking at these transactions, because by issuing bonds, we're going to be able to put a LURA, a land use restriction agreement, on this property for 50 years that says if you're going to sell this property, it has to have approval from the Housing Finance Authority of Pinellas County. We also require them to have an ongoing compliance monitor who goes in to look at the property to make sure that it's in good condition. They're in constant contact with the management company to make sure that the folks that are living there are qualified to live there and that the housing standards are up to snuff. When you have a naturally occurring affordable housing development, you don't have that oversight, and so you kind of lose control over being able to say what can go on there. So that's why it's very important when these opportunities come up, especially this transaction. It has a project-based HAP contract, so all 100% of the units are covered, which is a big help to the residents as well. And like I said, I don't want to steal Jordan's thunder about this project, but we're very excited about it because we are going to be able to take ownership of what goes on at that development. And they're looking at up to $80,000 per unit of rehabilitation, which is substantial. This is not just slapping on some lipstick
Yeah, I
and
was just
moving
about to
along.
say, yeah.
So I'll yield the rest of my time to Jordan Richter with Lincoln Avenue Capital. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you want to go ahead, we typically give you 3 minutes for public comment, but if Commissioner Flowers or anyone else has more questions, we'll entertain those.
Great. Well, thank you for having me. As Catherine mentioned, I'm Jordan Richter with Lincoln Avenue Communities. We are a affordable housing owner, operator, and developer. Affordable housing is all we do. So we are not involved with Citrus Grove yet, but we are under contract to acquire the property in conjunction with this large-scale rehab that Catherine mentioned. She already highlighted that there will be a 50-year land use agreement with the HFA in conjunction with the renovations. There's also an extended use agreement that we record with Florida Housing, who issues the non-competitive tax credits. And those are important because those tax credits are earned over a 15-year initial compliance period. And so we can't sell the property if we want to for at least 15 years because the tax credit investor needs to be involved and take those. So we're going to be involved in the community for the long term. It's what we do anyways, but even if we wanted to part with it, we would not be able to. So it is going to be a large-scale rehab. There have been a lot of exterior improvements, especially that I think have been beneficial to the community. I know the police department has appreciated getting rid of the walls, getting some visibility in the fences, et cetera, but this will really take it to the next level. We're looking at about $80,000 a unit, and that's going to be really focused in units and in mechanical, plumbing, electrical systems on getting these homes that were originally built in the 70s up to a really modern living standard. So residents will be getting, brand new finishes throughout, new cabinets, new countertops, new appliances, new plumbing fixtures. We're even looking to try to add another bathroom in the 3 and 4 bedroom units to better serve residents and serve those larger families that are occupying those units. Citrus is obviously in a location with a lot of community amenities nearby, so we really do want to be
a partner in improving the property, helping to, boost up the neighborhood and really allowing the residents there to take advantage of having a school right across the street, a wonderful park right by, and obviously the proximity to all that St. Petersburg has to offer. So we're hoping to close and start the renovations in November or December of this year. It'll be about a 10 to 12 month construction process. We hire one general contractor to manage everything, one contract that gets approved by the HFA on the front end. And so everything in that scope needs to be done. It's not piecemealed. It's not going to get done over multiple years. It gets done as part of that initial contract. Or, Catherine calls me and says, hey, we have a problem. So we're really excited about the opportunity to partner with the county and the city and the HFA. And we think that residents are going to be really happy with the outcome.
So I just have one follow-up. So, having worked with Jordan Park, St. Pete Housing Authority, that was a huge rehab of 263 or so units. And so the challenge was, what do you do with the residents while you're doing that rehab? So do you have a forethought on how you're going to, because I think that place is pretty much occupied. So how are you going to maneuver those residents? Because I appreciate what you are saying. I'm there frequently, so I get to see. But some of the things that you may be doing, they won't be able to remain in the unit while you're doing it. So do you have a plan, or will you all begin to work on that plan? Because we have very few places that people could go for a couple of months or what have you until you renovate that unit and then move them back, that kind of thing, so.
Absolutely. That's a great question. It's always the most painful part of these projects. So we do have a third-party relocation consultant that we've hired. They've already begun to put together that plan. In addition to that, we will, via the management team, have a person full-time on-site throughout the renovations that's only job is to be the resident point of contact. So if, hey, the movers screwed something up, you know where to go. If you have a question about packing, you know where to go. If, any issue comes up, that person is full-time dedicated to helping solve those issues. Given how large the scope is here and also the age of the property, you're absolutely right. Most of the renovations are going to require temporary relocation. And so we have a couple of options we're working through there, but the first step is we always have our relocation coordinator sit down with every household, ask what their needs are. Do you have kids? If so, which schools do they go to? How do they get there? If they're walking currently, how are they going to get there? If you need to go to an extended stay hotel for 3 weeks or an Airbnb for 3 weeks. We do also always offer stipends if a resident isn't comfortable going with one of those options and would prefer to stay with friends and family instead. So it requires a lot of interaction. It's definitely a focus point for us. It's always going to be a bit of a pain point, but it's really on us to communicate with residents as well as possible. We always hold a large kickoff meeting for the entire site months before the renovations even start to say, hey, here's what's going on, here's what you can expect, here's what our notice cadence looks like. You're going to get a 60-day notice saying, hey, your unit is slotted in for mid-February, and then you're going to get a 30-day notice saying, yep, we're still on pace for that. And then 2 weeks before, you're going to get a notice that says, hey, definitive date is X. Let us know if you have any issues, if you need help packing, whatever it is. And we will put a strong focus on that, as well as making sure residents know about the improvements that are happening both in their units and in the community, because people are a lot more excited and a lot happier to participate in that relocation process when they say, hey, I'm getting all new appliances and new countertops and new cabinets, and my utility bills are going to go down, and we're putting in a new playground and sport court and pavilion and grilling stations. So we do put a lot of focus on that. We will continue to, and we'll also partner with the HFA to make sure that, they're in the loop and acknowledging that process.
And this is my last comment. I avail myself to you and your team because there have been times when development has occurred or rehab has occurred. I appreciate what you're saying today because those are the things that persons sometimes have not thought about. And then it becomes confusion when things start happening very quickly because the residents feel as though they've not been communicated with and aren't giving adequate time to make those arrangements. And so I would love to avail myself to you. So when you have those community meetings over there or whatever it is that you're doing, so that the residents feel, as you shared as well, comfortable and knowledgeable and know exactly what's going on so that if any outside noises come about, they're moving them out to move other people in, which is typically, unfortunately, what has been happening in that corridor, then someone that they know of is there at the table to talk and to help support what it is that you're saying that you would like to do. So again, thank you so very much. I appreciate the description you gave today. Very good information. I've taken notes. And again, I would love to avail myself to you and your team to make this as smooth as it could possibly go, because that facility, 84 units, there are 3 stories all the way around. It doesn't look like a prison anymore with those concrete walls. They put the wrought iron fencing around. Excuse me. It is a very active location, very close to Campbell Park Elementary, the rec center, the high school, John Hopkins. So it's a very busy, family-oriented place. And I just want to make sure that those that are there get to stay there and that they kind of get what they deserve, like other people, a decent, clean, affordable place that they can live and be proud of. So thank you for coming to our community, and I'm here for you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Scott, don't go away. Commissioner
Thank you,
Scott.
Madam Chair. Just a very quick question. So these 84 units are currently at 60% of AMI, and they're going to remain 60% after all the improvements are done?
They currently have a project-based HAP contract on them, which will remain. That doesn't have a specific income limit tied to the regulatory agreement, but in order to qualify for that program, households are at 50% AMI or less. There is also a regulatory agreement recorded on some of the units with the St. Petersburg funds that were awarded, I think, in 2019. So this will add additional restrictions and then also extend them out.
Great. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So any more questions or discussion? We got a motion by Commissioner Flowers, a second by Commissioner Long. No further discussion. If the clerk could bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 27.
Item number 27 is an agreement with United Healthcare for our medical employee, our group medical employee assistance and managed behavioral and mental health services, and the termination for convenience with our contract with Cigna Health.
Move approval.
Got a motion from Commissioner Long. And
second.
we got a second from Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Barry, I know this has been a significant pain point, so we have the ability with Cigna to terminate for convenience. Do we have that same ability going forward with this new contract if this one, for some reason, doesn't work out?
I'm assuming so, and Wade's on his way up to be able to answer that detail within that contract.
Yeah, my understanding, that's a standard with that, and it's definitely true for the United Healthcare. It's a request that I made, but it's a standard for Pinellas County, which is, to me, best practice.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner
And I am
Eggers.
seeing my attorney back there, Marshall Brannon, who's sitting back there nodding his head, yes, we can terminate for
Okay.
convenience.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, so, and I don't understand the industry or the language, but when we were with United Health before and we shifted to Cigna,
Yes.
are there statistics that show, I mean, because Barry mentioned that, in our meeting, there's going to be a pain point with some of our employees and the people that they have as their doctors or dentists or whatever, that they're going to lose. Are there standards? Do you have normal attrition on that kind of issue that people are having to move and switch and all that stuff? Or do you track that, or, I'm not even sure if the question is coming across so you can answer it.
So,
I'm trying to get a feel for the pain point of our employees having to change their providers.
Okay, thank you, that helps a little bit. So there's a lot of challenges with transferring, but usually what we see is about 97, 98% network convergence. So there will be a few employees whose physicians were in network with Cigna who are not in network with United Healthcare, right? But we've got about a 97, 98% overlap, and that's pretty standard for the large insurance character.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you. I'm glad I got the question worded right so that you could answer it.
There are a lot of pain points in any transition of this
Yeah.
effort, right? As you're moving data from one to another, and to make certain that the transition is handled.
And that doesn't change that often between.
It doesn't. And, I would think that 3 years is probably the minimum I'd want to stay with a carrier just because of that challenge to the employees. So, this is 3 years with Cigna. And certainly, there were some customer complaints, and it's time to change to United. And I think we're taking the opportunity also to change to one of the subsidiaries of United, which is UMR, and that is a TPA. So that gives us a little more flexibility in the future if we want to do some contracting with outside vendors.
And this is going to actually cover the entire health package that's currently in place for our employees will be covered.
For medical, yes.
Medical, dentist?
So dental and life are handled by other insurance companies. As a matter of fact, dental is still handled by Cigna. And is
Okay.
in place with Cigna.
So this is just the health?
Yeah, so this is just the medical side of the health.
Okay, all right.
Health plan I'd define as medical, dental, life, AD&D, short-term disability, long-term disability, lots of pieces to health. Medical, I would say, would be the primary insurance. It's the biggest piece of our health insurance. So medical is the doctors you go to see. It doesn't include dental, it doesn't include short-term disability or long-term disability or life insurance.
Prescription?
Prescriptions is handled through ESI, which is actually a subsidiary of Cigna, and that contract will not change at this time.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions or discussion? Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you elaborate on what you just referenced, UMR as a TPA, in English for me?
Yeah, so let me keep it simple. So if you contract with United Healthcare, they've got a set group of products that they serve, and they present that to the state of Florida, and they get approval of that set group of products. You can't change those products in and out. If you negotiate and contract with UMR, which is a subsidiary of theirs, they are a third-party administrator. They don't have a set group of products. If you choose to change out one of their products, it's easier to do so, and you don't need to change the entire contract. So it gives us more flexibility as we go forward in order to potentially choose best practices, possibly with a different vendor for a single part of the contract in the future.
Okay. But for our employees, when they go, and right now they're scrambling around because they see a specialist, and they look on there and they see they've been going for Cigna, and they're looking and United is on there, they're good.
Yeah, so on their card, they're going to see the network will be United Healthcare Network, whatever network it is, right? And so it's referred to by the United Healthcare brand, so they'll see that. They might also see UMR, but again, they are synonymous in terms of the network is a United network, and that's the name that they're familiar with. So we'll be, in our messages to the employees, we'll be focusing on the word United, which is the common name and what most people refer to it as in the industry.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any additional questions or discussion? Okay, we had a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Scott. If there's no more discussion, we bring up the voting cards and members vote. And that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 28.
Before I go on to 28, I do just want to also point out again, Marshall, who is a part of my staff, Commissioner Long in particular, has expressed a desire to get to meet some additional members of my staff who do not often appear here in front of you, but Marshall, of course, was here supporting Human Resources today and does a great deal of work for your appointing authorities that have personnel issues. So, welcome to Marshall. Under 28, I am asking for authority to file suit in the referenced case. This is a foreclosure action on a special magistrate lien that arose from a code enforcement proceeding.
Move approval.
Under 29, this is a request that you receive every year from the Pinellas County Tax Collector. The law requires the Board of County Commissioners to adopt a resolution to allow the tax rolls to be extended to him so that the tax notices can be sent out in a timely manner, given the fact that your Value Adjustment Board is still underway.
Move approval.
Thank you, Pete. We have a motion from Commissioner Long, a second from Commissioner Flowers. Any other discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting cards. That passes unanimously. And do you have any reports?
I do not.
Okay, County Administrator.
Commissioners, I only have one item today, and it's really to talk about our emergency management group. So if I can ask Kathy and our entire emergency management group to come on up. You always see Kathy, and we wanted her to give you an update on what happened. But I really wanted you to see the people behind the scenes that really make our emergency management operation work. Now, we've got many other partners, and if we brought in Public Works and utilities and nonprofits, we wouldn't be able to fit them in the room. But this is our emergency management staff that work literally 24/7, and during emergencies, they live there. Well, we need to give them some kudos because we understand it's going to be a busy season. But they work tirelessly, and just in the latest storm, that was obviously not a wind event, but it was a very severe flooding event. You know, they're the ones that were doing all the preparations, doing all the coordination, doing everything that works on behind the scenes to be able to make the emergency response happen, working with all of our first responders. So we wanted just to recognize them, and then Kathy give you an update, and she can really talk about all that they do, and we're very, very, and I work with them, you know, directly, and I'm just extremely proud of the team, how they've come together to respond to so many, unfortunately, so many different, responses over the last couple of years. So for everybody, thank you. Kathy.
Thank you, Barry, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to be here. I'm so glad you get to see the whole team. I think the last time you got to see them was during COVID on a screen, and we've had some personnel changes since then. But these folks, we all abandon our families, and we all come in together in the EOC, and we usually get to spend many weekends and nights with the county administrator and many of the other department directors and county administration staff that you see. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you, because these folks are really the heart and soul of working with all of our community partners and providing the training, education, outreach, and guiding the collaboration. And they do it with a smile. Are they smiling now? So they have a get it done attitude. They roll up their sleeves. You know, I come to them with crazy ideas, and for the most part, they say, yeah, let's figure it out. Sometimes they'll disagree, and then we're like, okay, we'll back down. But they really do so much. And as you can imagine, with 24 municipalities, over 300 healthcare facilities, and almost 1 million people here in our county, it is no small feat. It is constantly juggling a lot of balls. And this calendar year alone, we've done 92 outreach events, and that's to almost 10,000 people. And we are constantly working on our communications capabilities that you've helped support, our school projects, and helping to mitigate and ensure that we have the shelter spaces available for risk sheltering. We work on warehousing, we work on contracts, we work on so many different things, so much public engagement and outreach materials. We engage in conversations about so many facets that impact people's daily lives and encourage all of our partners and community agencies to implement their plans to continue to provide services to the people they serve daily. And this is really a key thing, right? Emergency management is about supplementing the needs when regular services or resources are not available. So we have to make sure that disaster preparedness and response is a shared responsibility from individuals and businesses and all of the county departments and so many others that we work with. In addition to the countywide operations that we work with, we really look to our municipal partners and different agencies to help implement specific local response and identify areas of concern, unmet needs, and those resource requests, so we can make sure that we're addressing these things before they become a big issue. We've been trying to do a lot with having pre-scripted mission assignments, looking at wraparound services as we identify community sites to be able to use as step-down shelters. We're working on disaster housing coordination, and tomorrow we're actually going to have a call with some of the vendors that provide flood mitigation products, so we can better assess what might be viable for our community. With 588 miles of coastal area, that's a challenge, right? So we've got to figure out how we can help our communities and our critical facilities the best. During Debbie, we really remained in daily contact with hundreds of local agencies, municipalities, and partners, and we did over 70 conference calls over about 4 or 5 days. This included outreach to all inland and coastal communities, homeless providers, and hundreds of healthcare facilities, nursing homes, and more. And as you saw from the sandbag operations, and with many communities offering these to their residents, the county alone gave out 21,000 sandbags, and other communities really customized messaging to their communities at risk. And it really is important that each of our jurisdictions, each of our agencies look at what is the risk of their communities, right? We do our very best to map all this out with incredible GIS information. We looked at previous storms that we've had, what those impacts were. We even looked at Colin and another storm that we had that had a lot of rain here locally. We wanted to make sure that we were addressing as many of the different risks that we were faced with for Debbie. We were able to map out the areas that have flooded in recent years. And the rainfall is always a challenge because you don't know where it's going to fall. And as we saw, and we saw it from our damage assessment reports, the main number of people that had major damages from flooding were in areas from rainfall. It was not from the coastal impacts that we've seen. And so we worked very closely with the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center to really understand what the risks were going to be for our communities so we could act accordingly. You know, I've heard some questions about, so people want to compare us to other counties and how our response was different. Every county has to look at what the response is for their anticipated impacts to their respective geographical areas. And no two communities are exactly the same. We know that Pasco, Citrus, and Hernando were all forecast to have higher levels of storm surge than Pinellas. And we always look very closely at what are our thresholds here, where are we going to have street flooding, where are we going to have minimal flooding in communities, and when it might be higher than that. And when we do believe that it's going to be higher than that, 18 inches or higher in people's homes, that's when we look to call those evacuation orders. And just as a reminder, if we did a level A evacuation, we're evacuating 339,000 people. That's about 34% of our population. So, and that impacts us across the entire county. So we look at that very carefully when we're making those considerations. We did a lot of work this time, as we always do, with bilingual public outreach, information sharing to the flood-prone communities and to the general population. There were field visits that were done to some of our communities of concern, media interviews and messages via multiple platforms. We sent out over 40 Alert Pinellas messages, and again, to make sure that everybody had awareness for what that risk is. And we had over 800 calls coming into our county information center. That included the live chat inquiries as well. And if you'll remember, this year we actually did a special boater safety brochure to make sure that boaters are prepared and they knew how to secure their boats ahead of a storm. We encourage everyone, and you've heard me say this many times, right? They need to know their risk, they need to make a plan, and they need to stay informed. And everybody has to do that at an individual level to ensure that they can implement the measures that they need to do. Our damage assessment teams were notified Friday before the storm. So Joe and Renee, our GIS analysts, worked very closely with them to make sure that we've got crews that are ready to go out through the property appraiser, through all of our municipalities, and through BDRS to make sure that we can get the crews out there and assess that. So we went out into the communities once the street flooding had subsided. And as you know, in Pinellas County with our tides, it was different times in different communities, and that makes that very challenging in our community as we're looking at the impacts. So far, we assessed 386 properties. We had 21 properties that were categorized as major, 104 minor, and 204 affected. So out of the majors, I think we had 4 or 5 that were from tree damages, and some of the others were from flooding. And the ones that were majors for flooding were in areas where we had the rainfall flooding. Again, not something that we can predict in advance. We've conveyed this information to the state. We also had 49 businesses that have reported impacts, and this is a combination of both physical and economic damages. So we'll be doing additional assessments with them, and we will be seeking a Small Business Association disaster declaration this week. So this will help with low-interest loans, not only to business owners, but also to members of our community. We did receive the FEMA declaration for Category A and B, which is for debris and emergency protective measures at 75%. So Chris, I know that makes you happy to be able to recoup some of the monies. We are currently not included in the individual and public assistance declarations. We have to continue to gather information and to submit it to the state. So we have to meet a county threshold of 4.4 million. So we currently estimate that we're about 2.2 million from this storm. And then we continue to gather that information. And I want to encourage everybody, we're still early in the hurricane season. The height of the hurricane season is coming up in September. We do have another tax holiday coming up between August 24th and September 6th. So for anybody that doesn't have their supplies or isn't currently ready, or maybe noticed they had an additional need from the storm that just passed by us, this is a great opportunity for them to be able to get those supplies. I want to make sure that people know that they can still get assistance for Hurricane Debbie if they were impacted. The state has crisis cleanup lines set up, and we have that information at our disaster.pinellas.gov website. People can also call the American Red Cross to see what assistance they can get, and we've got 211 available for people for local assistance. I would also encourage, if people need legal assistance, we also have agencies available to help with that. And we can also have our voluntary organizations active in disaster. And this is so many private nonprofits, non-governmental entities that Mary and Jess work with all year round to help make sure that they're catching the people that may have the unmet needs that are not helped by other agencies. I did want to say, just on behalf of Kelly, so Kelly was very busy out there assessing the beaches with the Army Corps of Engineers. Unfortunately, we lost about 300,000 cubic yards of sand, and Kelly has submitted a project information report up through the Army Corps. So this, if they approve that, then that will determine whether or not they may give us some monies to help offset some of those costs. But kudos to Kelly and her group for all the beach renourishment that they've done since the previous storms, because that really is our first line of defense, right? Having the beaches out there. And so I want to make sure that, we highlighted our response to Debbie, but the hard work and dedication that this magnificent team does year round. Everyone on this team is so incredible. They're so dedicated. I'm going to call out. So Mary was out at a community event today, and unfortunately, a resident was having a heart attack. She called 911, and they coached her to perform CPR. I mean, just
All right, who's
this
Mary?
is the magnitude and level of
Who is Mary? Raise your hand.
amazingness. Mary.
Mary, outstanding.
And then she showed up here, ready to stand up in front of you, just another day for Mary. So absolutely incredible. And Renee Duffy, who is our GIS analyst, we got a call from the state yesterday asking from Suwannee County, they wanted a GIS analyst to come up and help them with their continued mapping for the riverine flooding that they're occurring. And they reached out to us because they know the caliber of the GIS experts that we have in Pinellas County. And so Renee will be leaving it a little while to go up to Suwannee and help them out. So couldn't be more proud. So just thank you so much for letting us come out here today to be in front of you. Thank you for highlighting the team. It's usually my face and my voice that you hear, but these are the folks that really make it happen. So I want to thank you again for this opportunity.
Oh, I see lots. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Latvella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that we lost 300,000 yards of cubic sand. Is that right?
Cubic feet, yeah.
Or cubic?
Cubic yards. Kelly, you can come up. You can be an honorary EM member today.
Was it feet or yards?
Cubic yards.
We conducted some preliminary estimates, when the Corps notified us to make sure that we had everything in place. And we did pre and we did post profiles, and we lost about 300,000 cubic yards of sand from Sand Key down to Pasadena. Didn't lose anything because we're nourishing down there, to Upham. So that's our preliminary estimate. Our full-on surveys started this week, so we'll have better estimates.
So basically, the usual areas that have had issues.
Bel Air Beach has some pretty good scarps on the dunes that were constructed. Sunset is pretty, that was probably the worst, and northern Indian Rocks Beach.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, well, first of all, Kelly, don't go too far. Just thank you to all of you for what you do. I can't tell you the sense of comfort that and all of us have, knowing that you have our backs and our residents' backs. And when I talk to people around, they always talk about how safe they feel having you guys. You know, they don't know you all, but having you all for us here. So thank you. That's a big deal. Two quick questions. One is, there was in this last little bit with Debbie, we had some questions and uncertainty about sandbags. So I know that we have a year-round program that folks can get sandbags year-round, and we try to push that out. And that's something new that we're doing as opposed to rolling it out when the storm's approaching. So I think it's great, but could just briefly, again, for folks who may be watching, what we're doing with sandbags during the year and when a storm comes, how does it differ?
Let me touch on this, Kelly, before you talk. I mean, the main thing I want people to understand, we want to provide sandbags anytime people need them, right? But there's two things. One, the same people that are preparing for the storm, cleaning out storm basins, that's the same people trying to run sandbag sites. And so when we're in the cone, it's not the time to be doing sandbags. And so we always are challenged with, we've got so many resources, and where do you put those resources? That's the reason they tried to come up, and I thought it was a creative approach to regionalize this, working with area municipalities on sandbags. But also, how to use a sandbag. Because if you throw 4 sandbags down in front of your door and you're expecting a 3-foot swale to come, you're not really doing anything. And if you don't have plastic and it's anchored behind it, you're not really doing anything. And so 90% of the sandbags me personally, I won't speak for Kelly, they don't get used right, so they're ineffective, they just are. And so it's not that we don't want to help residents, it's where do we put our resources. But I will tell you, I went out after this last storm event. Commissioner Eggers actually drew a map of an area and said, this was like a really bad spot. And I'm like, yeah, the tip of it is one of my best friend's house, okay? And I went out to his house, but he had these bladders, these big yellow bladders that they filled. And they filled in, and he anchored them with sandbags, and it stopped the water. But they can be reused over and over and over again, So if you're in a low-lying area, I mean, that's one of the things that they did as part of these sandbag operations, is teach people, if you're going to use sandbags, how to use them, okay? Or there's commercially available products that are just a lot easier. And if you're in an area that is prone to flooding, might be a good investment for you. But I just want people to understand, because we always get this challenge, and we did this last time, and we put out sandbags. The problem is, we were putting them down south, we were there, it's a small site, and so we were doing prepackaged sandbags. We only made so many, and it had a lot of municipalities, they're not offering sandbags, so they're sending them to us. Well, we've only got resources really for the unincorporated areas. I mean, that's the staff that we have. And so we were challenged, we pushed more out. They stayed, I'll give them credit, they stayed because I asked them to until late at night, making more sandbags to where we had sufficient sandbags. And that was dedication of our staff, trying to make sure people had that stuff available. But it's always a challenge on that, that immediate time where we're trying to set up.
Well, I think that's the point, though, that this is a change that we did a year ago or whatever, that we, tried to focus on year-round so that it could free up our folks during the storm. I get that. So just continue that communication with our residents, when they can get sandbags year-round, and can they get them at certain spots when storms are approaching or not? I mean, I think that's really important to make it really clear to folks. So anyway, I'm just saying, and no matter how much we communicate, there'll still be confusion, but this is new, so extra communication's always good, so.
Yeah, I'm going to echo Kathy is prepare, 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 and that's why we are encouraging folks. If sandbags are going to be useful to you, I will tell you obviously we had a lot of flooding, not from coastal, but from, our creek systems and stuff, and somebody sent me a picture of their sandbags under 2 feet of water. I get it. It didn't work. So it's really understanding what sandbags can be used for and when you really need to look into something else. Like Barry mentioned, the bladders, but they work better in maybe a rising water situation where a creek is coming in. They will do nothing. They'll float away in a coastal situation. So it's really understanding the risks of your particular property and then deciding what tool in the toolbox is best for your home. But we do have the site at Solid Waste open. It's 7 days a week. It's right near the recycle center. We have signs up, and so folks can take the bags. They're pre-made bags, so there's no pile of sand there for shoveling or anything. You just take your 10 bags and go. And then we partnered before hurricane season with the cities Clearwater, Seminole, Oldsmar, Tarpon Springs. I know I'm missing probably some, where we actually went to their events and we had sandbags available and distributed as well. Again, encouraging that preparation. It was Barry did say we had 40 staff come in and work at night building 2,000 additional sandbags. We did throw a pizza party, so we fed them well. So it was kind of trying to make it fun and a little competition in there as well. So.
Thank you, Kelly. That's all, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Scott.
Commissioner Scott, I know you were asking us about, pre-event things you could help with, so.
Just two quick things. First of all, just want to thank you and your team. I had the opportunity to visit, just when the storm was starting to brew out there, and it was starting to get a little bit of activity in there. So it was interesting to just see, when something actually was happening, rather than going and visiting when there's nothing going on. But you guys do just a wonderful job. On the disaster declaration, can the municipalities do that on their own if they meet certain thresholds, or do we have to do that before they can do that?
So for the county has to reach, so it's all collective, all municipalities and the county to reach that 4.4 million. Okay. If you're talking about a local state of emergency, the municipalities can declare their own local state of emergency, but the disaster reimbursement is not contingent upon having a local state of emergency.
So but there were some questions about, a local state of emergency. So here, we didn't have a wind event. We knew we were going to have flooding, right? The only thing, so since the governor declared, created the disaster declaration, the only thing that gives us is, I would bring you in to pass that gives us the ability to order mandatory evacuations. It gives us the ability to bypass purchasing requirements, neither of which we were going to need. And so it has nothing to do with reimbursement or meeting any kind of state, or has nothing to do with the financial impacts of the storm. That's the reason we chose not to. The other counties, it's delegated to the county minister, so they simply signed a piece of paper and they had it. And so it's just, that's the reason we chose not to. We know you would have come in. We just didn't think we needed it.
Understood. Okay. All right, great. And then a quick question for Kelly. So we lost 300,000 cubic yards of sand. Just as a point of reference, how did that compare to Idalia?
It was, right now, again, that's our estimate. It's less than Idalia. I'd have to get the exact numbers, but I think, where we really saw it, there was some scarping of the dunes. So, if you go out to those areas I mentioned, you'll see it. It's really easy, obvious. What I really saw was after Idalia, after we did the dune project, there's a process where a lot of that sand that was taken off the beach by Idalia is offshore, and during the summer, the currents will bring it back onshore. And we saw some nice recovery in some areas that we weren't actually expecting. It looked really good. Unfortunately, that is now all gone. And what I see is the beach profile looks very low to me. So that's what I want to see from the survey data that our surveyors are actually out there collecting now is, it looks like the beach is lower, for lack of a better term. It's definitely, we were trying to look at landmarks, and I was like, boy, that looks like we lost quite a bit.
And you realize the beaches would recover over time.
It doesn't, I mean, I won't say it's not like a full nourishment or something like that, but there, there is sand that stays immediately offshore, and then it's transported back into the nearshore areas. And there's some areas that, the pre-pictures, and I have pictures I shared with Barry. I don't know if you want me to send those out. I can. That kind of shows you. You'll see what I'm talking about with the change. I can send those out, but. You'll notice some recovery. I think it was like Sunshine Beach, especially near the groin at the north end of Treasure Island, and it actually looks much better than it did after Adelia, and then now it's right back to where it was. So we'll have more information, and we're going to continue to monitor the beach over the next few months and see if we see any recovery.
Thanks.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. And that, yeah, it was like good news, and then it took right away. It was like, it's a roller coaster there, Kelly. I wanted to echo what everyone's saying about appreciating all your work and the confidence that this commission has in you all to do one of the most important jobs that we have as a county government. So I just wanted to add my thanks to everything you do. I did want to ask about how is it, and how are we developing that messaging? Because everyone says, well, what about a voluntary evacuation order? It's like, well, I can't order you to voluntarily evacuate. And so how do we get that education to the folks to where, like you said, make their own plan? But there's so many folks I hear, I can't do it until you order it, or I won't, it's like until you order it, they don't really take it to that level of seriousness. How do we get that level of urgency across to folks?
I think that is more messaging, and we've already taken notes, right, even from the initial feedback that we're starting to get. I think it's more information, making sure that we're putting more stuff out on our website. And I want to make sure that we are putting what the Pinellas County messages out there more. Like I said, we did 40 alert Pinellas's. But I think there's more that we can do in working with communications and really stressing what are the local actions for that. And I think it's just continued the community education on what the risks are. So we create a storm surge risk map when we see a storm coming. So we start working very closely with the National Hurricane Center for what that storm surge is going to be. So we put that online so that way people could go and actually click on where their home or business was to see what was the storm surge going to be in their area. We ran specific storm surge maps for 18 of our nursing homes and assisted living facilities that we thought could have some level of water either near or like immediately around their facility, so that way they could assess, because we don't know what their finished floor elevations are. That's where everybody's got to do that personal risk assessment, so that way they can take the appropriate measures. And on every call that we have with the hundreds of partners, and even when we communicate with all of our healthcare facilities, we talk about what are your needs, what are the resources, are you having issues? So that way we can bring that to the table if they need it.
And did I hear you say you do specific communication to the different communities, the boating community, the marinas, the liveaboards, all of that?
Yeah, so we created a brochure this year for them, and there was a campaign, so it was actively taken out to all of the marinas. And then we also did a lot of messaging for communities that flooded. So communications actually sent people out to like Mariners Cove, to Twin Cities. We worked very closely with St. Pete to make sure that they were speaking with their neighborhoods. So we always look at what are the communities that we've seen flooding or impacts in recent years. We make sure that we're talking with service providers too, making sure like, are your services still open and available like they are on a regular basis? So we always want to try to identify if there's an accelerated need and if we need to do something additional for the community.
Yeah, I think, we go in that ebb and flow of complacency and, urgency. And we saw that with this storm, we're supposed to go curve to the east, and then it came all the way over here. And then I think there was more people alert to Ernesto, whereas normally this storm and this cycle, we would have just ignored Ernesto because they all curve off to the east at this point in the season. But everyone's been paying much more close attention to Ernesto because of Debbie. But anyway, again, I appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam
You
Chair.
you get us all, I'm sorry.
So, yes, great seeing you guys, and thank you so much for the work that you're doing. The little cards that the county has with the QR code on them, I use those, distributing those at a back-to-school event that we did. And so a lot of people utilize that. I've heard back from them, so that is like a really good idea, so just want to say that. So I was at the Tampa Bay Beaches, Chamber Beaches event with several of my colleagues. So some of you may have gotten this same gentleman, but he was from Bel Air. And some of the people who got sandbags, I'm sure you all tell them how to dispose of them or like put them up for the next storm, but they like put them on the beach. So he was showing me photos on Bel Air Beach where some individuals, don't know who, kind of got rid of them there on the beach, and a couple of tourists were sitting on them like for chairs. So, I'm sure you all have, talk about how to dispose of them, but, maybe just reminding people, please don't toss them just on the beach, haphazardly. He also
Kelly's
showed me
having a heart
pictures.
attack back there.
Huh?
Kelly's having a heart attack back there.
Yeah, it was one of the commissioners from Bel Air Beach that showed me the photos he took. The other thing I want to say is he also showed me photos of the dune, and he gave a real affirming compliment. He said they did what they were supposed to do. So I'm just sharing and passing that compliment on to you. And Barry, thank you so much for talking about the difference between when the governor calls for a state of emergency and what that means, because several individuals were asking, why didn't we call a state of emergency? And I was explaining exactly what you just shared, but I think it just is really good for the community to once again hear what that really entails and what it does versus what it doesn't do.
Another point on that, we also opened shelters. That was the other misnomer.
Yeah, I saw 4 of them.
But we opened them based upon calls, and we communicated that to low-lying communities and to our first responders where there was that need. We didn't do an open call for our shelters because we have to clear them and get them back to normal. Again, people weren't in danger. It was a flood event, not a hurricane. And so we made a targeted way in which we managed our shelters. We had 3, and we narrowed it down to 2, and that's what we
And that was
worked
really
with.
good for the unhoused, some individuals. So
Correct.
thank you for doing that. That was really appreciative. Okay, so he just made me forget my other compliment. He tried to do that on purpose, you guys. The other thing I wanted to share was in Gulfport, they really got it pretty bad. And April Thanos, Councilmember April Thanos was sharing about the process they're going through to try to get those 10 boats off of the shore because that's where they are. So again, she had positive compliments as well. So I just want to pass that along because their whole coastline got it really bad. But just, knowing here's what we had to deal with, and everybody's trying to work together. The last thing I want to say is, and this has nothing to do with you guys, but just thank you to Duke Energy and the others for getting power back restored to those communities that lost power. Because I got just a couple of calls about persons whose power went out like the night before, and it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, still wasn't on. But I didn't get any calls of people being frantic and irate and upset and all of that. I saw the staging of trucks in certain areas throughout the community, and they worked really, really hard and quickly to get the power back on in areas where it wasn't dangerous enough to do that. So I just, like everybody else, thank you all so much for everything that you do. I'm throwing in a pitch for some Chinese food or something for y'all next time instead of pizza. But thank you all so much, and all the things you're doing to help educate the community, because I use those tools when you present them, and it is proving to be helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. And so just on the note on the boats, so we actually had a representative from Fish and Wildlife Commission in a meeting with us yesterday. So they are actively addressing, I think there's about 30 boats countywide that have either sunken or come ashore that they are currently actively working on. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Long.
Oh, well, my comments are a little different from everyone else because I know we all get so fixated on the weather
when we know a storm is coming. And I wanted to especially recognize Sean Shaw, who, if you don't know, commissioners, serves as the planning section chief and is our internal go-to person for real-time weather information. He sends out hourly updates overnight to keep leadership apprised of conditions around the county, and he can access resources and find critical information and references quickly and helps keep all of our partners and the community informed. He is the, what are you doing? Oh. He is the face behind the Alert Pinellas notices that are sent out from emergency management. So Spencer, I would like you to step forward, please, because I have a little something to share. This is our Pinellas County Challenge Coin.
Spencer is truly amazing. He doesn't sleep much when we activate. And a lot of times, like, he'll send out a thing, and if I don't respond within a couple of minutes, he worries about it, because, you know, he stays up all night, but he is the one that, if I'm like, I need real-time information about weather, anything going on, historical stuff, Spencer is the whiz at pulling up the maps and the information. It's a little scary because I feel like he's starting to get inside of my head, and he pre-anticipates what I'm going to ask for, but he truly, and everybody does an amazing job, but we wanted to especially recognize Spencer because he loves the overnight hours, and he loves sending out updates, so.
He does.
Well, I myself appreciate getting all the updates, so I think all of you are outstanding. I think you have an outstanding team, and of course, that reflects leadership, so kudos to you, and all of you, thank you for your dedicated service. Thank you for saving a life today. Thank you, all of you, for the hard work. You really make us all proud, and I can tell you, after being here now for 6 years, my confidence in you, I just don't even panic, I don't even worry. Barry calls me, I'm like, he'll tell me everything, and it's like, yeah, I know, they got handled. You know, my confidence is very high in all of you, and I think you all just do an outstanding job. Thank you so much. I know Barry has more, and we are running kind of late, so thank you so much. I would love to give more praise, but I think my colleagues did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you all. Well, the other question you had, and I kind of addressed it before with Jeremy, is, you know, regarding our sanitary sewer overflows. So, you know, these are system issues, and you received some emails and correspondence from folks. Again, Pinellas County Utilities covers a variety of areas, and it's not necessarily within a city or not, but we did not have overflows at the plant, okay? We had some system overflows that I addressed, one down in Pinellas Park and some other smaller ones. Jeremy is here. We can certainly address these. These are what we've been working on. The other ones are within, you know, area municipalities. They'll have to address those separately.
Right, so I'm sure all of you are seeing the emails with the subject line, "Enough is enough." And before the email started coming in, I had asked Barry if he could give us kind of a breakdown of any sewer overflows that we may have had that were county responsible. And, you know, I think you're going to be pleased to hear the news for Pinellas County that is not necessarily what you would hear in many of our cities. I get every one of those pollution alerts from DEP, and I'll tell you, I got pretty depressed before I even got halfway through them. It was pretty depressing. So, Jeremy, go ahead.
So good afternoon, Jeremy Wall, Director of Utilities. So
as Barry mentioned, our plant at South Cross Bayou and our plant at Dunn did not experience sanitary sewer overflows due to the storm. You heard Commissioner Eggers mention some numbers earlier. Typically, we are permitted to treat and process 33 million gallons a day, and we receive about 28 million gallons a day. During the storm, the peak of the storm on Sunday, end of the day Sunday, we were up to like 77 million gallons. And historically, prior to 2020, that probably would have caused our plants at South Cross to overflow. In 2020, you guys approved us to make some capacity improvements, and we created, just lack of a simple term, a surge protector at our headworks where the water comes in, and it just allows that additional capacity. We just take it, it goes offline while the plant can catch up to it. So we recently implemented that based on the storms that we had in 2015, 2016, identified that capital improvement. So we were able to manage this storm. If those rains had continued and those flows would have continued for longer than a 24-hour period, we would have been in trouble. That's why these I&I improvements, I gave a presentation last month at the workshop about I&I and the 5 initiatives we're doing, the private sewer laterals, the find and fix program, these mobile home communities. That's why that's so important. On a normal day, we get 28 to 30 million gallons. During these events, these rain-induced flows blow up our systems. And it's not just Pinellas County, it's all sewer networks in our county. We did have sanitary sewer overflows, so it's not all super rosy, but those were 12 locations, specifically manholes where the system capacity wasn't enough, so the pipes aren't big enough to handle the additional flows. We know where those locations are, to Barry's earlier point, the one on Belcher Road, which is a big one. We already have a capital project in place to do that. It's in JPA with Pinellas Park, with the city. That's under design right now. You guys just approved that engineer to start working on that 2 months ago. So we know about it, we're working to fix it, and we're working to resolve these other 11 locations. And frankly, everywhere in the county where we know about them, we have plans in place to try and resolve them.
Okay, I have some questions for Jeremy. Does anybody else have questions? Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. I see the DEP ones. I have not seen any of the enough is enough or whatever that other one.
Oh, okay.
I haven't received any of those, so thank you for being the chair. And I kind of, can you just talk a little bit about the Pinellas Park situation? Because I'm just blipped out for a second, and then I missed exactly what you were talking about at the facility at Pinellas Park. And do we do we manually or make a decision not to accept any more quantity from Pinellas Park, for lack of a better word?
No, so they're a wholesale customer of us, and I might have those words wrong, but basically the entire city collects their own collection system, and they pump to us through a gravity system currently that's on Belcher Road. So the gravity system is there, they pump to us. When they get their high flows, they just pump to us, and we receive it, and the pipes aren't big enough. So the project that we have currently as a JPA with the City of Pinellas Park is to build a new pipeline, so parallel pipes, and I'll have 2 pipes. And the new pipe will bypass that gravity system and go straight to our plant. So that's the county half of that project. The other half is Pinellas Park, and that same project is making improvements to their pumping system and their capacity so that we can better regulate and time how those surges hit us in coordination with how our plants is receiving it. So it'll be a better coordinated effort between the 2 partners, us and the city, so that we can manage the flows and not just, they're just sending the peak when we're already receiving a peak, and we can kind of balance that.
So it's never a time of saying, sorry, we've had enough from you. Okay. I think it just happens so often is since 2015, when the city of St. Pete obviously had their big issue, and they were put under the order, and they put all the $300 million of planned, and then we have been putting in, since we had the Sewer Stormwater Task Force created in 16, all the improvements that we put in, we went from, and I'm making up numbers, but we went from spending $8 million a year on relining and repiping to something closer to $22 million a year. And I don't know if I've been close on those numbers, but that some folks, still want to talk about things today as if it's 2015. There's obvious motivation of why they talk about it in those terms, but I think it's good for us to hear those projects that every municipality, the county is working to make those improvements every single day. So just wanted to say thank you for the information and your good work.
And you brought up the Stormwater Task Force, the Stormwater Wastewater Task Force. We had there's the task force and there's the working group, which is the engineers. We just met actually in July in preparation for this storm season coming up to kind of reinvigorate and reinitiate, to your point, those initiatives that were established in 2015. We met those goals. So what are the new sets of goals that we need to be reestablishing because the work isn't done?
Commissioner Scott? No. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, then I have a couple. So in those areas where we know those manholes flood, are those equipped with rain guards, just to have some protection?
So some of them have locking manholes, so what's what we called, where you lock the lid so the water can't come out of it. The problem when you do that is it just pushes it to the next manhole downstream. So it may help that specific situation, and in certain identified areas we can put that solution in, but it doesn't solve the problem of SSOs. You're just pushing it farther downstream.
So we do not have those, or we have some?
We have some.
Okay. So the last time I took the youth to South Cross, they told me something that if there was a construction site a few blocks away and they hit a line, when that got reported to DEP, it would be reported to South Cross as though they had the overflow, even though it was a private company in a different area. Is that true?
So the DEP rules are that the treatment plant that owns the collection system is tagged with the SSO. Now, we can assign that responsibility out to a contractor. It's called a contractor hit in our parlance, but the way that DEP regulates it is the permit for the collection system is our permit.
Thank you, because I think that's really important. In the past, we've had somebody come and read out every overflow that happened at Dunn and South Cross. And just because they're listed that way at DEP's report doesn't mean that it happened on county property. It doesn't mean it happened with county employees, that it actually could have been a third party in a different area, but it gets assigned to us. And I think that's really important to distinguish because a lot of people don't know that. And I didn't know that until I had the kids there on a tour and they told me that. And so I learned something that day that I hadn't learned in the 3 or 4 other previous tours. So I think that's really great. Now, we did have some overflows because of the manholes and I, but in each one of those cases, we were able to vacuum the vast majority of it up, correct?
No.
No.
So, and we deployed pumper trucks to a few locations. There was one manhole that was spilling that was in danger of actually getting to someone's house. And so we deployed pumper trucks to that house. Other places, if the road's flooded, the pumper truck, as soon as you open the manhole, the road's already flooded with stormwater. So like at some of the beaches areas, it just doesn't make any logical sense to put a truck there because you'd be mixing the flood water with the sewage water. So, we're feasible and we could capture a reasonable amount. We deployed the pumper trucks and we had 4 pumper trucks on station for that purpose.
Great. Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? I think you guys are doing a great job. I know we still have a lot of work to do, but I think you're doing a really great job, and I think it was really important. And I'm, good for you if you have not received those almost 100 emails about enough is enough. But I think it was important for us to know exactly what's happening in the county. That's our product versus maybe what's happening countywide. So thank you.
And Commissioners, I think it's also important, these projects take years to get built. They're just not simple. The design, the hydrology, and so they're all active projects. We just got to get them in the ground, and so the solutions are moving. It just takes time. So thank you, Jeremy. That ends my report.
Okay. So we're going to go on to commissioners' reports, and I'm going to start with Commissioner Flowers. So we have, I'm sorry. I was ready to go on my, I lost my place. So we're going to go to number 32, and I believe there's only one candidate, so we could move. Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Number 33, and that is the people that are listed on the We've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Then we have the Housing and Finance. We've got a ballot for that one.
So there's a tie vote. Jordan Myers received 3 and Audrey Henson received 3, and Travis Norton received 1. I do have additional ballots for the vote then to be between Jordan Myers and Audrey Henson. With 5 votes, the board has selected Jordan Myers. Audrey Henson did receive 2 votes.
Okay. And then number 35, we have 5 people to reappoint to the Medical Service Advisory Board. Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. And now we'll go to Commissioner Flowers for her update.
Thank you very much. I just have a little bit to report. The first is, I want to say thank you to the National Council of Negro Women, and thank you to Sheriff Bob Gualtieri for supporting the efforts to provide 250 backpacks to students in need. We passed them out in the Jamestown, James Park area, which is very close to St. Vincent de Paul, so that allowed those families that are living in transitional housing at St. Vincent de Paul to be able to receive school book bags and supplies for their youth. So thank you so very much for that. At my Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council meeting, which was held just yesterday, we had a long discussion about insurance, and we kind of tabled that discussion because the quotes that we were being given were not quotes that seemed to align with the dollar value that they were sharing.
We are going to be able to close out the fiscal year in a very good financial place with about $95,000 that'll go towards our reserve funding. So we're excited about that. All is good there. We hired 2 new people. Charity Franks is one of them. She worked for a regional planning council in South Florida. She hails, though, from Hillsborough County. She will be our new local emergency planning coordinator. And we are going to really put an emphasis on Brownsfields. So just getting properties that have some issues and concerns, working to get them cleaned up so that they can be put back into use. The other person was Julie Haskell. She was hired as the administrative planning tech. That's just to make sure that anything related to planning, GIS projects that we get asked to do quite often for other communities that may not have a GIS person within their offices or within their city works. We provide those services for them, so she'll be able to kind of help provide some of the traffic for those. We had a very lengthy presentation from a representative from the Florida Department of Transportation. They are in the process right now of receiving feedback as it relates to their proposed plans out for the next 30 years. So if you are interested in participating in one of the community discussions, they're going to have the one for our region in Haines City. So if you are interested in that, if you want to provide public comment through an email to FDOT, please go to fdot.com and provide your input as it relates to some of the plans that they have up there relative to transportation and how transportation modalities will look for the next 30 years. That doesn't mean we're going to get funding for those projects. It just simply means that those are the plans that individuals have said that they would like to support, or for the growth and development of our economic development corridors, how they want that to look. We also had a very extensive meeting from the steering committee relative to resiliency and sustainability, and how to connect with organizations who are not at the table, but who may share an interest in how their roles will play into the growth and development and the inclusion of resiliency and sustainability projects long-term within Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, and Pasco counties. That was a very interesting discussion. If any of you ever want to attend any of those steering committees, I invite you to attend, and I'll provide dates for our next meeting so that you can either listen in or certainly provide your input as it relates to some of the proposed projects that are going on and the relationship with other municipalities. Excuse me. That is all that I have. I don't have anything else. Welcome back, kids, to school. Yesterday was the first day of school. Unfortunately, we had 2 kids that made bad choices, one here in Pinellas County, who was attending Jacob O. Sanders. He got upset and wanted to threaten the school with a gun. He didn't have an actual gun. He verbally said that. The other was in Hillsborough County. The one in our community was a young man, 15. The other in Hillsborough was a young lady. So to parents and students who are watching, the old adage, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words never hurt. Words do hurt. They will get you arrested. So please just be very careful about how you control your emotions. Welcome back to all of the teachers who are busy making sure that our scholars are learning in a safe environment. So we welcome them back. And to the parents, I know that you are excited because perhaps your grocery bill will go down and your electric bill may go down now that they're not home all day. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Justice.
All my committees are meeting in the coming weeks, so I'll have more to report at our next meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at last month's PSTA board meeting, we actually approved a slight reduction in the millage rate, so a small rollback for next year. So I was surprised that occurred, but pleased that it occurred, and I want to thank my fellow board members, but also staff from PSTA that worked very hard on a budget that makes them whole and allows us to offer a little something back to our residents. I also hosted a tour of emergency management with Senator Rubio's staff and Representative Kim Burfield, and once again, just want to thank Kathy Perkins and all our staff for the great work they did. At a meeting with Amber Swift with Swift Mud to just kind of better understand how Swift Mud works with Tampa Bay Water and what they're doing to ensure that we have availability of adequate water resources to accommodate growth going forward. This morning I spoke at the Tampa Bay Beaches, North Beaches business meeting, and I gave them an update on county business. And I think, as everybody probably knows now, Bobby Shea, my aide for the past year and a half or ish, is leaving, has accepted a job with the private sector. Great opportunity for her. Very sorry to see her go, but wish her all the best, and she'll do great in her new role. And Colleen Chaney, I think most of you have met her. I think Commissioner Long, you may not have met her yet, but I'll introduce her to you shortly. Will be my new aide, and she brings a world of experience to the position. She was a victim advocate interventionist with the City of Largo Police Department for about 20 years, has a ton of experience with managing not-for-profits, and she also is a former Town of Bel Air City Commissioner. So her official start date is tomorrow, so very much looking forward to having her come on board, and I think she'll be a great addition to the fifth floor. Did want to let my fellow commissioners know there is about a week and a half overlap there between Bobby and Colleen, which will result in about $2,100 additional payroll to that position, but it does not require a budget amendment. I confirmed that with Chris and Barry, because there's some extra capacity there with Tony's departure. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, and that's the end of my report.
Great. Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a lot to report today with regard to any committee work. I do want to say a special thank you, though, to Joe Lugo, who has been so extraordinary in helping me keep up with my phone calls, emails, and any other work that I've needed help with. I'm very, very grateful to her. So thank you, Joe. You're doing a great job, and I'm very grateful. That's it.
Commissioner Eggers.
Briefly, I just want to commend the City of Dunedin for their Purple Heart recognition ceremony last week. It was just really top-notch. I don't have the flyer with me. I would recognize a couple of folks. The guest speaker was incredible, amazing history and track record and all that with our military. And small groups that were there making presentations, just over the top. So I just really wanted to thank the city for that work. Also, again, wanted to thank the folks from Friends of Strays for the tour last week, learning more about what they do and their impact on the community. I heard today that SPCA of Tampa Bay is closing down perhaps closing down their veterinary facility and are going in a little slightly amended direction. I'm still learning more about that, so interested in that. A lot of information flowing out there on the Tarpon Woods Golf Course purchase, and there's a new website and a lot of information flowing. Just be aware of that. Also, the East Lake Ridgemore Bridge is going to be replaced, and that's creating its own little bit of information flow from residents up there. So those two items are kind of getting a lot of resident input. So just everybody, if you haven't been hearing about it, you probably will. And then finally, I just wanted to congratulate Commissioner Peters for being recognized at Tampa Bay Beach Chamber Legislator of the Year. That was very awesome. Congratulations. That's all I had.
Thank you. Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Eggers took my Tampa Bay Beaches tidbit, but it was an honor to be there the other day and watch you receive that award.
Commissioner Flowers spoke about the beginning of school and kids making and students making bad decisions in Pinellas County. But I have an opportunity for them to make good decisions, and that is by applying to YAC. The deadline to do that is August 23rd, the Youth Advisory Council. And to apply, all they need to do is visit pinellas.gov/YAC. And the deadline to do that is August 23rd. So hopefully a lot of students in Pinellas County will make the good decision to apply because it's a wonderful program. They learn a lot about our county government. They meet some wonderful people, take some interesting tours. And so hopefully we will get a lot of student participation. And finally, I wanted to echo Commissioner Scott's sentiments about Bobby Shea and her service to our county. She is a dear friend of mine, and I wanted to thank her for her service and welcome Colleen to Pinellas County government. And I wanted to also take this opportunity to embarrass Colleen. During her service and work at the Largo PD, she was very instrumental in helping me achieve one of my most proudest moments as a state legislator, and that was passing Jordan's Law in honor of 2-year-old Largo toddler Jordan Beliveau, who was murdered by his mother. And I'm not going to go into all the stuff that happened in his case and everything about that bill, but Colleen helped me understand, the circumstances and how, I could craft a bill to help children like him. And she was one of 4 or 5 people that I really leaned heavily on. So if she does anything like that, like she did with the Largo PD for Pinellas County government, we will certainly be very well off with her service. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow, lucky you. So I do have some business that we have to still conduct. So I received a letter from FAC requesting that we nominate an additional board member to their board of directors. And the reason we're doing this is at the June FAC meeting, Commissioner Long nominated Commissioner Latvala to replace her in District 16, which created a vacancy in District 21. So the following commissioners cannot be appointed to District 21's vacancy, and that is Commissioner Flowers, as she serves on the executive board, Commissioner Justice, as he serves as District 18 member, and Commissioner Latvala, because he now serves in District 16. So the remaining 4 of us, one of the 4 of us, need to either be nominated or volunteer to serve on that board, and I'm looking for volunteers. Nobody's jumping on that one?
District 21 is North County, right?
Yeah, it's North County, but for FAC, that's how they pick them based on Senate seats, but that's not how we pick them on the county. So it would have to be either Commissioner Eggers, Commissioner Scott, myself, or no, that's about it.
Well, it'll probably get me to go to a FAC meeting if I volunteer, so if you'd like me to do that, I'd be...
So what I can tell you, the term ends June 2025, so there's only about 2 meetings that you'd have to attend. It would be their legislative conference and I think their annual meeting.
Well, I've already said yes, so, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just going to give you...
If you want me to do that,
Okay.
I'll be...
There are a couple of Zoom meetings that they have leading up to the legislative conference. And then if you so obliged to go to legislative day at the Capitol.
And there's a meeting next month in Pensacola, but you've already volunteered.
That's the legislative conference.
You've already
It just
volunteered.
went from 2 meetings to now, what, I'm kidding. I'm still good. I'm still in.
So, but the term does end June 2025, so it's short term. So we have a volunteer. I take that as a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, congratulations and thank you.
Commissioner
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. We appreciate your willingness to volunteer. Again, I want to,
He'll go to a meeting now.
mentioning that kids are heading back to school, be safe on the roads. Canvassing board is well underway. We have tabulated 78,279 ballots for the primary election, and our turnout is significantly higher than the other large counties in Florida. We've got a 12.71% turnout for early voting and mail ballots, and the next one closest to us is Miami-Dade at 8.62. So we're having a good turnout comparatively to other large counties. I hope we get a much better turnout over the next week. Election Day is on the 20th, so 1 week from today. Last week, I toured the Baycare St. Joe's North Hospital campus. And the purpose for going to that was they have taken their mental health unit and made it also for acute health care. So they have combined both. So typically, if someone is admitted into the hospital for a major health condition like heart or diabetes or something else, typically they take care of that medical condition before they send them to a behavioral health place to get their mental health services. So they could be decompensating while they're taking care of their health things. So it really isn't a good practice, the practice that we've done before. So this is something Baycare is doing. They're looking to expand this into hopefully all of their hospitals in time. But it truly is the best way to take care of someone who has a health condition as well as a mental health condition, to ensure that they're simultaneously taking care of both of those illnesses. I also, while I was in Hillsborough, I toured a program. Again, they're using mental health services, and it's in the Sly Middle School. And it's known as the Wellness Room, and they have wrapped around peers and professional mental health workers to be there for students. They have a relaxing room where kids can go and speak with a mentor or get the support they need. It's a very cool room. Ashley took videos of this school and that room, and it's a very unique way to integrate how to communicate. And what we have found is, because generationally we haven't talked about mental illness or mental health, so kids don't have the language or the vocabulary to talk about it or talk about their feelings or how they feel. And so they have found this to be an outstanding program that is proving to give great results. They want to expand it into a high school next. Maybe they are considering maybe expanding to another county, and that would be wonderful if they consider Pinellas County. Again, we celebrated the Coast Guard's birthday on August 1st and 2nd. Their official birthday was on August 24th. Again, we delivered cakes to Air Station, to Coast Guard Sand Key, and to Coast Guard Sector in St. Petersburg. Everybody was having a grand old time celebrating their birthday, and it's always a pleasure to join them in their celebrations. There will be another party. St. Petersburg, Sector St. Petersburg is going to have a 100th birthday party in the fall, because Sector opened up the Coast Guard location in St. Petersburg 100 years ago this year. So they will be planning a party. We don't have all the information yet, but once we do, we would like to do a proclamation for them and then let you know in case you want to join that party. They do know how to throw a good party. Also, the Rowdies, again, will be hosting, in partnership with the Coast Guard, their annual 9/11 stair climb at the Rowdies Stadium. We'll be sending information out to your offices. Every year this has grown, and we'd really like to get more people engaged in doing this. It is climbing 110 flights, like the firefighters climbed in the World Trade Center. That is 2,200 steps up and down the stadium. So if you're looking for a good workout, it's a great workout. We do it really early in the morning before it gets too hot. Typically it rains on us to keep us cool, so that's really nice. But we'd really like to see if we can get some Sunstar and some EMS and some hospital folks and some other people that want to celebrate and commemorate that day by walking in those shoes of those people that perished that day to save lives.
I'm gonna
So
need gonna need the EMS people.
Yeah. So anyways, we will bring more information to you and let you know about that, but it is coming up pretty quickly. And also, I did the in-person statewide opiate abatement board meeting, which was in Altamont on August 1st. There were great presentations of programs that are finally getting started around the state and what they're doing for opiate abatement. It was a great sharing information on effective programs, and we do expect to meet again in person maybe in 6 months or so, and maybe touring some of those programs to see if we get some good ideas. Also, Commissioner Eggers, you mentioned Tarpon Woods. We've gotten emails on that. We have spoken to, I don't know if we spoke to Jewel, Ashley was with me, but there is a chance that there could be a public hearing on Tarpon Woods. So since there's a potential, just be careful on your conversations if that were to be something that's going to come before us at a public hearing. I just wanted to mention that since you brought that up. And other than that, thank you. That's all I have. And we will recess until our, Brian, I see something.
I would like to challenge Commissioner Latvallow to the stair climbing.
Oh,
Commissioner Lavala, I got something for us that'll get us up to the top and back down. No problem. Them lips. Them lips.
Okay, so if there's anything else, nothing else good for the group, we'll recess until 6 p.m. Okay, thank you. come to order. And we're going to go right straight into number 37. I do have one speaker for number 37 who is for it. If we could have the clerk read the title.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 37 is case number CW 2410. This is a proposal by the City of Pinellas Park to amend the countywide plan map from Office, Employment, and Target Employment Center to Employment and Target Employment Center regarding 1.9 acres, more or less, located at 5005 Ulmerton Road. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Okay, so our speaker is Kevin, and I want to say Reali, but I'm not sure. Did I get that right? Okay. Kevin, if you could state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Kevin Reali, 4400 44th Street South, St. Petersburg. I'm agent for the landowner, and just here if there are any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Members, do you have questions?
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Eggers, a second from Commissioner Flowers. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring the voting card up. They're quick right now. All right, that passes unanimously, 7-0. We're going to move on to 38.
Agenda item number 38 is case number CW 2413. This is a proposal by the City of St. Petersburg to amend the countywide plan map from Industrial Activity Center and Target Employment Center to Industrial Activity Center and Target Employment Center regarding 58 acres more or less generally located at the 22nd Street South Sunrunner Bus Station, south of 1st Avenue South, east of 24th Street South, and north and west of Interstate 275. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Okay, and I have 2 speakers who are here if they are needed to answer questions. We have Katie Cole and Joseph First who are representing this project. So any wishes of the commission? We got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Long. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the voting card. Commissioners vote. And that passes unanimously. We're going to go on to 39.
Agenda item number 39 is case number ZON 2403. This is a request by Adam Schoenbaum for a zoning change from general institutional wellhead protection overlay conditional overlay to residential agriculture wellhead protection overlay regarding approximately 9.38 acres located at the 3561 Keystone Road location in East Lake Tarpon. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying I do. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Is that a quick question? Yeah, just one question is, we're switching this to have the ability to build 4 homes on there, so I'm assuming that stays, I think it's 4 homes, that stays within the 1 home per 2 acres that's allowed up in that area. I just want to make sure from, yeah.
Barry,
Okay.
could you turn your microphone back on? Thank you.
Scott's saying yes.
Okay, so it is,
Thank you.
no problem. Okay, thank you, that's all I had, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
any further questions or discussion? Got a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll pull up the voting cards. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 40.
Agenda item number 40 is a proposed ordinance amending sections 118176, 118177, and 118180 of the Pinellas County Code relating to an additional homestead exemption for persons 65 and older. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Commissioner Eggers.
I have one question to the attorney. Do I have to recuse myself since I'm older than 65? No? Okay, thank you.
We got a motion from Commissioner Flowers, a second from Commissioner Justice. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could bring up the ballot for commissioners to vote. And that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 41.
Agenda item number 41 is a proposed resolution authorizing an interfund loan from the Solid Waste Revenue and Operating Fund to the Lellman Solid Waste Collection and Disposal Fund to maintain fund solvency and adequate operating expense reserves and supplementing the fiscal year 2024 budget. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Any questions or discussion? Wishes of the board? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Long. We have a question by Commissioner Scott. We have a second from Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Scott, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that 3.85%, is that a fixed rate? It just says it's blended, so I'm just wondering if that's fixed or is it variable?
Chris, I don't know the answer to that.
No, sir, that varies from year to year, so it's fixed for a year, but every 12 months we reset it based on what we're gaining ourselves in interest.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other further questions or discussion? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to pull up the voting cards. That passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 42.
Agenda item number 42 is a proposal to adopt the Tax Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act resolution granting host community approval pursuant to Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended and approving solely for the purposes of 163.01 Florida statutes the expenditure of a portion of the proceeds of the Hillsborough County's Industrial Development Authority's health system revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $1,900,000,000 on behalf of Bay Care Health System Incorporated. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received by the clerk. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Any questions or discussion? Wishes of the board? There's a couple commas in there, yes. Any other questions, the wishes of the board? Can I entertain a motion?
I'll move approval. I do have one quick question, though.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Scott, a second from Commissioner Justice, and a question from Commissioner Scott.
And I'm sure the answer to this question is no, but I just want to get on the public record here. There's absolutely no exposure to the county whatsoever.
No exposure. None.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, if the clerk could pull up the voting cards, commissioners vote. And that passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 43.
Agenda item number 43 is a proposal to adopt the Tax Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act resolution for issuance by the Illinois Finance Authority of its revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $5 million on behalf of National University of Health Sciences, an Illinois not-for-profit corporation, for a project to be located in Oldsmar, Florida. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Any questions or discussion?
Move approval.
We got a motion from Commissioner Eggers, a second from Commissioner Flowers. Any further questions or discussion?
Again, just, there's no exposure to the county. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to bring up the voting card. Commissioners vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Any other business to come before the board? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.